Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. Good morning and welcome to today's hearing on reimagining public safety in COVID-19 era. I would like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list to circulate exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our hearing today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I would also ask all members, both those in person and those attending remotely, to please mute your microphones when you're not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Due to the size of our panels today, I will strictly enforce the 5-minute rule. I'd love to hear all of you longer because you have a lot to say, but I will strictly enforce that against all of us. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to note the passing of Representative James L. Hagedorn of Minnesota, who passed away on February 17th. His memorial service is being held today at St. Paul's Lutheran Church in Falls Church, Virginia. We'll just take a moment of silence in his honor. We'll accommodate any members who need to participate remotely in order to attend the service. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. During today's hearing, the subcommittee will investigate the causes of the rise in the rate of violent crime during the COVID-19 era and the aftermath, and the role of the federal government in developing strategies to ensure and enhance public safety. After years of falling crime rates, Americans have witnessed a spike in certain types of crimes. In the last 2 years, we have seen a spike in homicides and shootings, particularly in historically underfunded areas. The causes of the rise in violent crime are not clear, as homicide rates increased at the same rate in cities that adopted criminal justice reform measures as those that did not. And as many cities grapple with the rise in violent crime and rural communities, not all crime is up during the pandemic. Property crime overall fell 8%, led by drops in burglary and larceny. It appears that the spike in violent crime coincides with the societal, cultural, and economic disruptions brought on by the pandemic. The murder of George Floyd, which toppled already fragile police-community relations, and the ensuing social upheaval that followed his death and the deaths of others at the hands of police. Statistics show that much of the recent crime wave involves firearms, guns, which have been a pervasive problem in America long before the COVID-19 era. In fact, the weapon of choice for violent criminals is the gun. In an average year, guns account for roughly 2/3 of homicides. However, in 2020, 77% of murders involved firearms. Today, more people are carrying guns in America, legally and illegally, than ever. Fueled by politics and anxieties brought on by the pandemic, firearms sales have surged along with police recovery of illegal firearms. Firearms are stolen from legal gun owners who leave them in places unstored. Americans purchased approximately 19 million firearms last year, down 12.5% from 2020, according to several industry estimates, but 2021 was still the industry's second busiest year on record. More guns lead to more shootings. With so many guns around, they're more likely to be used in violent acts. Their presence makes it more likely that thieves can steal them to commit other crimes, and that arguments or fights will escalate out of control, as has been happening across the nation, and families have been shooting each other, friends have been shooting each other, or lead to unexpected consequences, like the senseless death of 9-year-old Arlene Alvarez last month in Houston by a robbery victim who thought he was shooting in the vehicle at the vehicle of the person who robbed him. He should not have done that. And he killed a precious 9-year-old. He was not the police. He didn't know that the person who had robbed him had gotten in, and it was for a mere $20. He should be held accountable. Because of the prevalence of guns on our streets, we cannot discuss the rise in violence without mentioning common sense strategies to effectively reduce gun violence across the country, such as closing background check loopholes, doing away with permitless carry, addressing unregulated do-it-yourself ghost guns, and strengthening gun laws that allow guns to be trafficked from state to state. And of course, community intervention programs should be uplifted as they provide support to those who are at the highest risk of being victims or perpetrators of both of violence. And it helps both police and those communities as they try to reduce crime. Just as many cities experienced a rise in violent crime, that included murders of police officers, many communities also saw an increase in use of force by law enforcement officers. Police shot and killed 1,055 people in 2021, the highest total number reported since tracking began in 2015. Incidents of excessive force and racial and religious profiling committed by police officers disproportionately among the most marginalized Black and brown communities reduce public confidence and trust in law enforcement, which negatively impacts police legitimacy and increases some people's willingness to arm themselves and take matters into their own hands. I have seen where police and community have worked together, turn the corner on this. The admiration is strong and the relationship is strong, and they work together to fight crime. That is what we want to see in our nation. On the other hand, as I've indicated, strong police-community relationships forced by community programs that build partnerships between the community and law enforcement and help reduce crime, like the Hartford Police Athletic and Activities League that provides youth with alternatives to violence, gang membership, truancy, and substance abuse, and like my own city, Chief Fenner, the Houston Police Department, where police officers are out during Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, working with families who are in need. That is how we try to work together. Even as we try to recover from the past 2 years, the lasting impacts of COVID-19 on public health and safety are evident and cannot be solved by law enforcement and the criminal justice system alone. Decades of underinvestment in communities that are primarily experiencing increased violence have created concentrated areas of disadvantage, poverty, and instability, which were only compounded by the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic, the loss of vital social services, such as gun violence intervention programs and easy availability of firearms. Reimagining and ensuring public health and safety require effective policing practices, investment in community resources and collaboration, and trust between law enforcement and the communities they police through policies that support transparency and accountability. Local leaders throughout the country are working to develop and implement strong public safety initiatives that balance the need for law enforcement with the need for community investment and collaboration. Congress can support their efforts and incentivize states and localities in developing traditional and additional evidence-based tools that focus on prevention and intervention. For instance, last year, Representative Lizzie Fletcher and myself were able to secure $975,000 in burn justice assistance grant funding for the Houston Police Department to employ 9 crime victim advocates that provide trauma-informed support for victims of violent crimes. We like to see it end, but we cannot forget those victims who are in need on these issues. The United States has historically funneled billions into punitive criminal justice policies, flooding local law enforcement with military-grade weapons and incentivizing mass incarceration instead of looking for solutions that will eliminate the conditions in which crime breeds. At this juncture, we must not return to antiquated thinking of tough-on-crime laws that led to over-policing, mass incarceration, and the devastation of impacted communities. Expanding our idea of what constitutes public safety is key to keeping our communities safe through community-driven solutions carefully tailored to meet each community's specific needs. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses and hope we have a constructive conversation that helps us find solutions to the current wave of violence which must end. Without objection, I submit into the record the following documents: a fact sheet entitled Policing, Violence, and Criminal Justice Reform, and a report entitled Descriptive Analysis of Homicide Trends in 61 Major U.S. cities, both from the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, and the Reduction of Crime Program by the City of Houston, authored by the Mayor Turner of the City of Houston. Without objection. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for his opening statement.
I thank the chair. Recently, our colleague and friend Jim Hagedorn, Republican from Minnesota, passed away. His memorial services this morning. I appreciate that we had a moment of silence on his behalf, and I appreciate the chair for that. but I believe this hearing would have been better served if we would have continued this, especially since most of our witnesses will be appearing via Zoom, just out of respect for the family, friends of Congressman Hagedorn. But I am appreciative of this hearing, the topic of this hearing, and I'm sincere when I say that about 8 months ago, I and my Republican colleagues on this subcommittee wrote you a letter requesting a hearing on the dangerous calls by some on the left to defund the police and other progressive policies that correlate to rising crime. This is a very serious issue that deserves this subcommittee's full attention. Last month, I, along with my Republican colleagues, sent the chair a letter requesting that the subcommittee hold a hearing to investigate the recent reports that ICE released an illegal alien with ties to terrorism from custody because he might catch COVID-19. That's an outrageous policy decision. This subcommittee should immediately hold a hearing on the matter, and I again renew my call for that hearing, and I look forward to working with the chair to schedule that hearing. Turning our attention to this hearing today, we see crime rates, particularly violent crime rates, going up all around the country. I fear that this hearing is nothing more than an election year attempt by my colleagues to deflect attention away from those in their party who have vocally championed defund police movement, as well as other progressive policies, which will be discussed today. Let's hope this hearing can shed light on why defunding the police is a dangerous idea with deadly results. As some on the left have called for defunding the police, and some jurisdictions actually did defund their police departments, violent crime has surged to levels not seen in years. During the last 2 years, the United States has seen a spike in violent crime. In 2020, the U.S. tallied more than 21,000 murders, the highest totals since 1995 and 4,900 more than in 2019. The number of murders in the U.S. jumped by nearly 30%. It was the largest single-year increase ever recorded in the country, and some have blamed exclusively the COVID lockdowns. While this was going on, jurisdictions across America were also actually defunding their police departments with disastrous results. In New York City, for instance, NYPD's data shows their overall crime rate rose 11.2% in October 2021 compared to October 2020. That jump in crime continued after New York City defunded its police department by $1 billion. In LA County, homicides increased 23% from 555 in 2020 to 683 in 2021. The increased homicide rate occurred after Los Angeles defunded its police department by $150 million. Intentional killings of law enforcement officers reached a 20-year high in 2021. It would have been an all-time high since the FBI began tracking the data in 1995, but for the attacks on September 11th. In total, 73 officers were feloniously killed last year. 346 officers were shot last year. More worrisome is the fact that many of these shootings occurred ambush style, meaning that the officers were shot without warning or an opportunity to defend themselves. These types of attacks were up 115% in the last year. Philadelphia saw a nearly 13% increase in homicides from 2020 to 2021. In 2020, Philadelphia suffered 499 homicides, while 563 were reported in 2021. Philadelphia decided to cut its police budget by $33 million in 2020. Portland, Oregon also suffered a drastic increase in homicides from 2020 to 2021. In 2020, Portland suffered 53 homicides and endured 87 in 2021. It also reported 3,409 aggravated assaults in 2021, an increase over the 2,726 in 2020. Portland also decided to fund its police department in 2020 by $16 million. No one should be surprised that violent crime explodes when jurisdictions significantly reduce the funding of police or implement progressive policies that favor defendants over victims and the community. Despite these troubling trends, our colleagues still advocate for defunding the police. Madam Chair, I have a video I'd like to finish my statement with.
Oh, God. Prominent progressives on Capitol Hill are echoing the chants heard from protesters on streets in major cities around the country. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, whose district includes Minneapolis, has called the police there rotten to the root, saying the department shouldn't just be defunded, it should be dismantled.
We mean ending this department as it currently exists.
I am for defunding the police.
Some city officials calling for police departments across the U.S. to be defunded.
Proceeded to leave, tweeting, "No more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed."
What we've seen in Los Angeles, Mayor Eric Garcia saying, take some of the money from policing, about $150 million, invest it in health initiatives, training initiatives for youth.
I applaud Eric Garcia for doing what he's done.
Painted in huge block letters on city streets from Washington to Wisconsin. Some who support the idea want to strip all police funding and dissolve entire departments.
There's some issues that we ask police to do, like mental health issues or policing in schools and all the rest, that perhaps we can shuffle some of that money around.
We don't want no more police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
Yes, I support the defund movement.
Defunding police means defunding police. If these reports are accurate, then these proposed cuts to the NYPD budget are a disingenuous illusion. This is not a victory. The freshman Democrat adding, the fight to defund policing will continue.
Today in New York, Mayor Bill de Blasio announced a plan to defund the NYPD. The move joins with Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, who recently agreed to slash up to
No, that's not it. I thought we allowed the chairwoman almost 2 full minutes beyond the 5 minutes time, and I'm surprised that
the
New York,
chair
Mayor Bill de Blasio.
let the proceeding, the chair and ranking members' time on their opening statement is different from their 5-minute. So can you get your technology together so we can finish it, please?
I think there was just about 15 seconds left.
Great. We'll let you, if you can get your technology, otherwise we'll.
That would be.
That's not us. And the staff?
Apparently there's a glitch.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
I would be happy to let it continue, Mr.
there's
Ranking
about
Member.
15 seconds left, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If they pop up, I'll be happy to.
I hope it doesn't interrupt anybody's conversation, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm pleased now to yield 5 minutes and recognize the gentleman from New York, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this very important hearing on public safety. As the epidemic of gun violence continues to impact our cities and communities, I look forward to discussing how the federal government can more effectively assist state and local leaders to address violent crime and invest in community safety. I'm also grateful to have a large panel of expert witnesses who can tell us what is truly driving the current increase in violent crime that many cities are reporting. Our witnesses can also inform this committee on effective strategies to reduce gun violence and other violent crime, and how the federal government can best support and enhance local initiatives to improve public safety. After years of crime rates continuing to fall, 2020 and 2021 saw significant increases in certain types of crime, specifically homicides and other gun crimes. While homicide rates remain well below historic peaks in the 1990s, according to research from the Council on Criminal Justice, the number of homicides in 2021 in a 27 major city study increased by 5% from 2020 and by 44% from 2019. This increase in violent crime coincides with the economic and social upheaval caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Just as stay-at-home orders impacted all areas of American life, the stress of the pandemic, as well as the closure of many diversions from conflict, including after-school programs and violence interrupter initiatives, has resulted in increased instability and the need to improve public safety. Violent crime is an issue that affects every community, and we need community-driven responses to address it. We know that law enforcement alone cannot solve the problem of violent crime, and ensuring public safety requires both effective law enforcement practices and investment in community resources and support systems. 2021 also saw a record number of individuals shot and killed by law enforcement officers. This deeply troubling statistic emphasizes that there continues to be a need for law enforcement accountability and changes to policing. We know that this need for reform is not at odds with the need to address the rise in violence. Without accountability, communities lack trust in law enforcement and officers are unable to do their jobs effectively. The confluence of the pandemic's impact on crime and the public outcry for changes to policing in cities across the country demonstrates the need for a re-examination of national policy on public safety and the role of the federal government in program development. I thank the chair for holding this important hearing. I look forward to discussing these and other issues with our panel today. Before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to insert the statement of Mayor Eric Adams of New York into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. It's now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the title of today's hearing is Reimagining Public Safety. Reimagining public safety in the COVID era. Just what Americans need is more imagination from Democrats. Democrats reimagined the border over the last year. We went from a secure border to complete chaos. In 1 year's time, we saw 2 million illegal immigrants enter the border as a result of the Democrats' reimagination on the border. Democrats reimagined energy policy. 1 year's time, we went from $2 gas to $4 gas. Actually, it's $7 in California. We went from energy independence to the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase production, talking with the Saudis, talking with Venezuela, talking with Iran now. Democrats reimagined inflation. We went from stable prices to a 40-year high inflation rate. Democrats reimagined science. For a year, 5-year-olds had to wear a mask in school. That is, of course, when they let kids actually go to school. And Democrats sure reimagined public safety. We went from safe streets to record crime in every major urban area in this country. I would argue that America needs a little less imagination from Democrats and maybe a little common sense. I mean, think about it. When you defund the police, you probably shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. When you don't prosecute bad guys, you probably shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. When rioters and looters for a full summer are called peaceful protesters, probably shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. When the chairman of the Judiciary Committee says Antifa is a myth, you probably shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. We get rid of bail, probably shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. When you enact dumb policies, imagine this, you get bad results. I mean, think about what happened in the last year and a half in almost every major urban area. Baltimore cut their police department $22 million. Boston, $12 million. Minneapolis cut theirs $8 million. New York City cut their police department $1 billion. Philadelphia, $33 million cut. Portland, $15 million cut. Seattle, $69 million. Chicago, $80 million, and on it goes. And guess what? In every single one of those urban areas, crime went up. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah, I don't know if we need any more imagination from Democrats. What we need is more cops on the street, not disparaging cops who bust their tail, put on the uniform, go protect our neighborhoods every night. Less imagination, more cops on the street, more prosecutors who will actually put bad guys in jail. And maybe just a stop to all the crazy policies. One of our colleagues introduced a bill, No Money Bail Act, just getting rid of it. But I don't think Democrats want to do the common sense thing. They want to do what that video just talked about. They want to defund the police. They've said it time and time again. Representative Jones, the department must be dismantled and policing reimagined. Representative Jayapal, we need to shift to significant resources from law enforcement to other places. Representative Omar, we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department. Representative Bush, just 1 week ago, said we should, the same night that the president said they should fund the police, Representative Bush said, no, we should defund the police. And Chairman Nadler himself said just a year and a half ago, there should be substantial cuts to the police budget. That's what they've said. That makes no sense. The American people get it. All this reimagination from Democrats has been a disaster in every single policy area. Energy, crime, inflation, the border, you name it. Americans want safe streets, they want affordable gas, and they want freedom. Democrats have given us record crime, record inflation, and Dr. Fauci. So I hope today's hearing will allow the Judiciary Committee, in particular the Subcommittee on Crime, to begin to focus back in on common sense policies that work for the American families and the American people. That's what I hope is the result of this hearing. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It is now my pleasure to introduce the witness for the first panel. The Honorable Nicholas W. Brown is the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Washington. He previously served as an Assistant United States Attorney in Western Washington, handling a wide variety of criminal cases, and as General Counsel to Governor Jay Inslee. Most recently, he was a partner with Pacifica Law Group in Seattle. U.S. Attorney Brown received his Bachelor of Arts, magna cum laude, from Morehouse College in 1999 and his Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law in 2002. An Army veteran, U.S. Attorney Brown also served in the Judge Advocate General Corps. He was awarded the Bronze Star Medal in 2005. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank you for your participation. I will begin by swearing in our witness. I ask you to turn on your audio and make sure that I can see your face, and raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, belief, so help you God?
I do.
The witness is indicated in the affirmative. Thank you very much. Please note that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time frame, there is a timing light on your table and on your screen. When the light switches from green to yellow, you'll have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals that your 5 minutes have expired. We're delighted to have you, U.S. Attorney Brown. For 5 minutes, you're now recognized. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Chairwoman Jackson-Lee, Ranking Member Biggs, and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am pleased to be here to discuss the Department of Justice's efforts to work together with communities to address violent crime. My name is Nick Brown. I began my career with the department in 2007 as an Assistant United States Attorney, and I am proud to be serving that same district now as United States Attorney. Addressing violent crime is one of the top priorities of the department. To tackle these challenges, we must leverage the significant power of the community relationships to reduce gun violence and violent crime.
We're working to, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, your volume is not up. If you can help us on your side, and we're going to try to help on your side, and we'll give you extra time for our interruption. You can turn your volume up if you have that capacity, and we're turning our volume up. We need to be able to hear you a little better. If you suspend just for a moment. Mr. Brown, you can start again. Thank you.
Thank you. That is why the department has highlighted the community violence intervention programs as an important complementary tool to law enforcement efforts. These programs have been shown to reduce incidents of violence by targeting individuals who are most at risk to commit or become victims of crime with evidence-based and community-informed support. In my work as U.S. Attorney and throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to work with federal, state, tribal, and local law enforcement officers throughout our communities. The message that I have received from law enforcement officers in our communities when it comes to violent crime has been clear and consistent that they cannot solve the issue of violent crime alone. Partnership between law enforcement and our communities is vital to this enduring change. That is why in May of 2021, the department announced its comprehensive strategy for reducing violence. That strategy calls for active engagement with communities and organizations that we serve through prevention and intervention strategies, including CVI programs. In my district, we lean into community-based partnerships as much as possible. In our experience, community-centered, evidence-based programs often improve public safety and reduce violence by reaching broader audiences than law enforcement communities can do on its own. Let me give you some examples of the work that we're doing here in Washington State. We partner with a variety of community groups that are working to prevent violence, especially among our youth. These organizations help us identify the drivers of crimes in our communities, which in turn informs how to best use the federal tools at our disposal. Much of the work of CBI centers on addressing and healing the generational trauma of poverty, childhood exposure to violence, lack of educational and employment opportunities, and racism. Our community partners identify those young people most at risk of being involved in gang and gun violence and working on messaging to combat negative influences and assistance with trauma counseling, housing, education, and employment. The department supported a recent partnership in our district between the Kent Police Department in King County, Washington, and a community organization by providing grant funding from the department's Project Safe Neighborhoods program. This partnership implemented night walks to provide consistent presence at an intersection that had experienced high rates of violent crime and gun violence. That program, built upon recommendations from the community itself, resulted in a significant reduction in violent crime. Examples like these demonstrate that by supporting community members and healing their own communities does not supplant the need for law enforcement. Instead, it proactively helps law enforcement do their jobs better. The root causes of violence run deep, and we cannot expect our officers to serve as mental health practitioners, housing advocates, or substance abuse counselors, although they often play those roles. Through leveraging the expertise of community partners, law enforcement officers can focus on their public safety roles in our communities without these additional strains on their resources. CBI initiatives also recognize that we cannot simply arrest and incarcerate our way out of violent crime. Ending the cycle of violence means committing to evidence-based prevention, intervention, rehabilitation, and reentry. Many state and local law enforcement entities across the nation are also using the department funding to support community policing and innovative CBI initiatives. For fiscal year 2021, the department awarded grants totaling nearly $440 million to support a wide variety of violence reduction efforts, including community-based violence intervention and prevention strategies, youth and school violence prevention programs, and evidence-based police and prosecution practices across the country. The department has made and will continue to make these important investments to help communities and law enforcement work together on innovative approaches to help those at high risk of engaging in or becoming victims of violence. That is why the President's fiscal year 2022 budget called for a $200 million investment in CBI strategies through appropriations that would flow through the department and the Department of Health and Human Services. By supporting community-based violence intervention strategies in alignment and in coordination with federal and local law enforcement, these funds will save lives and promote safer and healthier communities. Thank you again for your time and attention of this committee to this crucial issue. I look forward to answering your questions and continuing to work with you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. To begin with questions, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me start immediately with the question of what are the most significant drivers of gun violence, and how is the DOJ focusing on the most significant drivers of gun violence? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairwoman. There are a number of different influences on our crime and our communities, including gun violence. And it is difficult to pinpoint a single driver to any of these incidences. Some of the issues that were highlighted by the Chairwoman in her opening remarks certainly address some of the causes. We've seen an increase in crime and gun violence crime in particular, beginning in 2020 and continuing until today. Some of that undoubtedly influenced by the pandemic. Some of that influenced by strains in the community, policing resources. There's just a variety of number of factors that contribute to the rise in crime. In the communities that I serve here in Western District of Washington, which spans the border from Canada down to Oregon, we've seen violent crime erupt in new areas. We've seen a doubling of road rage incidents and shootings in the city of Seattle in the last year. We've seen a rise in shootings in homeless encampments that we hadn't experienced previously. One of the principal differences for me as the United States Attorney in seeing how this district has changed before when I served here previously is that we're just seeing firearms in the possession of so many different people. We used to be able to target and pinpoint the people that are most likely to be carrying firearms and using firearms illegally, but now it seems like almost everyone that law enforcement encounters is carrying a firearm. So the prevalence of firearms in our community is a significant driver as well.
I work with the major city chiefs of police, and I have heard them understand how important engaging with the community is. We call it police-community relationships, and how important it is to have the right kind of interaction with the community. I'm going to cite a number of points. De-escalation, duty to care, reduction of excessive force, reforming the no-knock warrants, and ending chokeholds. Any of that would hamper police officers' ability to serve their public and to ensure the safety of the public?
No, I do not believe that any of those efforts hamper law enforcement.
And so those aspects of good policing could in fact improve community cooperation and information gathering?
What I hear from the law enforcement leaders in my district is they really are trying to build trust with the communities that they serve, and the more programs and policies that they adopt that help foster trust helps them do their job better as law enforcement leaders.
Would you say that many of the DOJ funded programs, like the ones you mentioned in your written statement, do in fact work? What evidence do you have that DOJ funded programs work, and how much do they work as it relates to ending the proliferation of illegal guns? It's a bifurcated question. Regular programs, and then there are programs dealing with ending proliferation of illegal guns.
So there is a specific study that I cited in my written testimony, and I know that there are other academic studies specifically addressing the impact of CBI programs. What I lean on here is what I hear from my law enforcement partners. I talk to police chiefs and sheriffs quite often, and they can tell me about the success stories that they've had partnering with specific organizations. And when I see direct results of someone who has been at high risk of violence or directly tied to prior acts of violence, and that individual gets a job, continues in education, gets stable housing, that type of success story is also very important to me in showing that certain programs work and others that may not work. So those are the types of data that I rely on as United States Attorney. Addressing firearms trafficking is incredibly difficult. As the chairwoman noted in her opening remarks, what we're seeing here in terms of the proliferation of firearms in the possession of people that law enforcement officers are encountering, which puts law enforcement directly at risk themselves, is we're just seeing more firearms stolen from people's homes who lawfully own firearms. And so we're just seeing more firearms throughout our streets. We, of course, as a U.S. Attorney, focus on anything that we can do to combat trafficking of firearms. But what we're seeing more and more is just firearms in the public's hands because they've taken them from lawful owners.
Let me thank you very much. I think that we will find in this hearing that we'll find the pathway to ensure safety in our streets and accountability on our police and better police-community relationships. Thank you very much. I yield back. Now happy to yield to the gentleman from Ranking Member, Mr. Biggs, for his 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, and I ask for unanimous consent to allow Mr. Massey, a member of the subcommittee, to yield his time to Mr. Bishop, who is not a member of the subcommittee, but who is a member of the entire Judiciary Committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the chair. And I thank the U.S. Attorney, Mr. Brown, for being here today. Attorney General Garland's October 4th, 2021 memorandum directed DOJ resources to investigate parents and directed the FBI to work with each U.S. Attorney's Office to convene meetings with federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders in each federal judicial district within 30 days of the issuance of that memorandum. And I was wondering if you've participated in any meetings convened in response to the Attorney General Garland's memorandum.
Yes, Congressman, I did convene a meeting in response to the AG's memorandum.
And how many meetings would that be? And are they still occurring?
No, we held one meeting. I believe it was in early November with a combination of federal and local law enforcement officers.
So both federal and local agencies were involved?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We received a copy of a memorandum from the acting U.S. Attorney for Montana to the Montana AG, all county attorneys, sheriffs, Montana Office of Public Instruction, and the Montana School Boards Association that included a summary of, quote, federal statutes that may serve as a basis for the prosecution of such threats and violent conduct, quote. Have you drafted or sent or received or seen a memorandum like that?
I'm not familiar with the specific memorandum that you are referencing, Congressman. I did not draft or send any similar such memorandum.
Thank you. Your district's main office is in Seattle, which was famously the home of the 2020 Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, CHAZ, or Capitol Hill Occupied Protest CHOP, a police-free zone formed by activists and anarchists, which descended into violence, open drug use, and multiple shootings. Do you know how much the crime rate rose in that area between June 2nd and June 20th of 2020 compared to the previous year?
I do not.
According to Mayor Durkin, crime rose 525% in that area. Would that surprise you?
Well, Mayor Durkin was previously the United States Attorney, and I would trust her accounting of it.
Your former boss, Governor Inslee, called the occupation of city property largely peaceful, but there was that kind of an increase in crime. There was 2 murders, 2 non-fatal shootings, open narcotics use. There was rapes, robberies, assaults, gang activity. That normally wouldn't be described as a largely peaceful occupation, would it?
I'm not familiar with all the specific incidences of crime, but certainly the types of crimes that you described are very serious, and we should take them seriously.
And one of the concerns I had was that the Seattle Police Department was forced to essentially abandon the East Precinct. And my question for you as U.S. Attorney there, do you think that law enforcement should ever be forced to abandon a precinct?
In all decisions that law enforcement officers make, the local and federal law enforcement officers that I work with, I defer to their judgment about how to best respond to a particular incident. So I don't have really specific thoughts on how they handled that, but I trust that they made the decisions that they thought were best and appropriate there.
Well, you are aware that they were ordered to leave not by the police chief, but by political leaders. Would that change your opinion there?
I'm not sure how those decisions were made, Congressman. What we focus on is how we can best improve community safety. And, as U.S. Attorney from October 2021, I want to work with both my local political leaders who make policy decisions and rely on the guidance from our law enforcement partners.
According to the Justice Manual, it's the presumption with certain exceptions that DOJ law enforcement agencies will electronically record statements by individuals who are in their custody. Although the manual does not mention non-custodial interviews, it encourages those types of recordings to be made. While it's an important step, would you agree that there's no accountability for failure to comply with the presumption to record?
I'm actually not sure about what the data shows and how accountable and how closely people are following those policies. I am familiar with the Justice Manual's provisions on that, but I don't really have much input or information about how closely that's being adhered to.
What directions have you given federal law enforcement agencies in your district about recording interviews?
I have not given them any updated information about that policy since I became United States Attorney.
Okay, thank you. My time has expired, and I yield back to the chair.
Yes, the gentleman's time has expired, and now I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, how is the Department of Justice supporting state and local enforcement in their efforts to reduce the number of illegal guns on the streets?
Thank you, Congressman. I know that there are a number of policies that the department has put out with respect to firearms trafficking and specifically with respect to the production of ghost guns. Previously in my district have prosecuted a couple cases arising from people illegally manufacturing firearms. I'm not familiar with all the specific programs the department is engaged in, but I'm happy to follow up with you with that information.
Thank you. Recognizing that a small number of individuals are responsible for a disproportionate amount of gun crime, what is the department doing to support local law enforcement in implementing data-driven policing practices?
Having data-driven policies is very important. We rely on evidence to show what is working and, importantly, what is not working. And so we provide a number of specific grant funding opportunities to law enforcement officers to make sure that they have the resources that they need to develop the right database systems to share information with their officers. What's a real focus for me here in my district is making sure that I can do everything I can to collaborate with our law enforcement officers to make sure we're forming partnerships. Just last week, I convened a meeting with all of the local law enforcement officers within King County, Washington, which is our largest county in the district. And we just had a conversation how we can share resources and information to develop specific strategies for reducing violent crime in our district.
Thank you. As you know, a law enforcement response alone will not solve the problem of violent crime. How is the department working with other federal agencies to invest in community resources?
I appreciate that question because it is important to highlight that there are a number of partnerships we need to develop, both with federal agencies and between federal agencies. In my district, I work with frequently and talk to frequently the leaders from our major federal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, the ATF, HSI, and other agencies to make sure they are tackling the problems in a strategic approach and not simply being reactionary. So building those relationships and partnerships is very important. I am really fortunate right now. I think we have a tremendous collaboration, not only interagency between the various federal agencies, but with our local law enforcement departments.
Thank you. Earlier in this hearing, we heard assertions that defunding the police was a big problem, that people, despite the president saying we don't want to defund the police, that in fact people want to defund the police. My question to you is, in terms of the problems that we face in terms of crime, does it make sense in some cases, or in most cases, or in a few cases, to reallocate resources from police to, say, mental health or others to work in conjunction with the police, which will result in a net reduction in crime?
In my experience, you can't tackle crime, including violent crime, with just law enforcement. That you need additional support and programs to really intervene and prevent crime from occurring and making sure that we're breaking the cycle of crime. As everyone on the committee undoubtedly knows, people who are committing crimes are often recommitting and reoffending, and simply locking up and incarcerating those individuals often does not solve the problem. What we've seen is specific results from crime intervention strategies, providing support, counseling, mental health, education, housing, all these things that stabilize individuals and give them the support and resources to reduce the likelihood that they reoffend again. And importantly, from my perspective, I hear that from law enforcement officers themselves as well. They recognize that they can't do this themselves, and they want to work with community organizations that will help them interrupt violence and prevent crime from occurring again.
So a reallocation of resources from a purely police-directed resources to resources, combining resources to the police and to, let's say, mental health agencies and to others who work with the police might actually result in a reduction in crime?
As I said earlier in my testimony, I think there are just a myriad of causes of crime, and we have to have creative and holistic approaches. And so I think anything that we can do to support both law enforcement and the types of social support programs that make people stable and contributing and healthy will also help reduce crime.
Thank you. I have 8 seconds left, so I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And it's now my pleasure to recognize Mr. Chabot for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for being available to us today. In the summer of 2020, as we all know, following the horrific death of George Floyd, many protesters and elected officials, mostly Democrats, across the country proclaimed that because Mr. Floyd had died at the hands of a police officer, that it was time to defund the police. And as Mr. Biggs, the video that was played early this morning, we saw the very statements from some of those legislators across the country and some here in Congress. Now, this hearing this morning by my Democratic colleagues is cleverly called Reimagining Police, not defunding police. Why? Because they're scared to death of being exposed or being connected with what many of their supporters and some of their colleagues, some in Congress, some even on this committee, really want. And that's not reimagining police, that's defunding police. This reimagining term, this ruse, is it's kind of a fairy dust term. Don't be fooled. In cities across America, we did indeed see defunding. Mr. Jordan mentioned a number of those cities. I've got a list of 21 cities that amount to $1.7 billion, billion with a B, that they took out of police department funds all over the country, and we've seen the results of that. And we've also seen liberal prosecutors. George Soros was involved in funding a lot of those campaigns, a lot of other campaigns across the country, and a number of other liberal dark money groups. My Democratic colleagues like to throw that term dark money around. Well, the Democrats have actually been very effective in electing people in causes with this dark money. Those prosecutors are an example of that, and they're doing a lot of damage all across this country right now. They, for the most part, don't prosecute a lot of crimes that used to be prosecuted all the time across this country. An example would be shoplifting, which to some people may not sound like such a terrible crime, but we've seen as a result of them failing to prosecute, we've seen folks with sledgehammers rampaging through department stores. We saw them on television just a couple of months back. We've also seen the left's relentless campaign to eliminate cash bail. Let's face it, criminals commit crimes, and because of this, they're quickly released on low or no bail, and they're let out on the street. And what do? Well, they commit more crimes, and sometimes they murder people. We've seen that happen as well in this country. And Madam Chairwoman, let me ask you this. I had called for you to invite the Attorney General and the FBI Director to testify before the subcommittee to discuss their strategy for combating the current rise in violence in the country. And I would again ask that, since we haven't thus far, I would again ask you to please invite them here to testify before this committee. Would you consider doing that?
Mr. Chairman, as you well know, we have ongoing hearings, ongoing opportunities to engage the administration, and what I can assure you is that we will continue to do that.
I don't know if you answered my question. Would you invite them to the committee to testify? That's what I'm asking.
Again, we have both the subcommittee and the full committee. These are important questions. I'm glad that the chairman has clarified the question of police funding, of working together with community groups and policing. So there will be an opportunity to pursue all of those issues by way of invitations to representatives from the administration. I think U.S. Attorney Brown is doing a great job, and my answer to you is there are always opportunities for those individuals to be invited.
Well, that was about as clear as reimagining the police is, but in any event, Mr. Brown, thank you for what you do for your community. But let me ask you real quickly, my time's almost out. Would you agree that when you cut resources or funding from police departments, as has occurred in your community out in Seattle or in other communities across the country, that you're likely to see an increase in crime, which we've seen and experienced in this country now for quite some time? Is that logical, and are we seeing it with our own eyes?
What I mentioned earlier, Congressman, is that we've seen a myriad of different causes that lead to increases in crime or decreases in crime. Now, looking at the crime trends here and in other places in the country, we saw a real increase in crime beginning in 2020, which was before many of the budget cuts that have been referenced here this morning took place. What I do hear from my officers here in my district is that they need more resources, they want more officers, and so I certainly support their need and understand their perspective on that.
Thank you. I think my time's expired, Madam Chair.
I now recognize Ms. Bass for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing. I'm thankful for the opportunity to show our constituents not only that we understand the fear that many feel at this time, but also that we intend to do something about it. How we go about that in the most effective and meaningful way is to look not just at the problem before us, but also at the root causes of that problem. And obviously the problem before us, we want to do everything we can to make sure that our communities are safe and to hold people accountable. As policymakers, we are confronted with a choice, which we shouldn't be. And sometimes we are pushed to either adopt policies that look tough yet they fail to address the actual problem, or we think critically and creatively about solving the problems in our community. So that's why I'm particularly grateful to have you before us. Mr. Brown, I know that you yourself have talked about the importance of community-oriented solutions, particularly as it relates to gun violence. And I'm aware that the Justice Department recently awarded over $15 million to support Project Safe Neighborhood, and that the district that you represent was a recipient of some of those funds. And I wanted to know if you could talk about this program and its goals and what you've seen in your own district and also around the country, if you can share that with us.
Congressman Bass, and I appreciate you recognizing the importance of the Project Safe Neighborhood program. PSN, as we refer to it as U.S. attorneys, is the principal program by which U.S. attorney communities implement their violence reduction strategies and initiatives. It is a program where we work with our local jurisdictions to identify how we can best bring federal resources and federal cases in communities where they might also be concurrent local or state jurisdiction. So every district has a PSN coordinator. It tries to identify those programs with the local prosecutors' offices where we can best bring the most appropriate federal cases. But an important part of the PSN program is also the grant funding operations that we support for law enforcement organizations and community organizations to help them build out their resources and their infrastructure to address violent crime and to work with the community. So in my district, as you noted, we do fund a number of PSN programs to local law enforcement agencies, as well as to local community organizations, as a way to foster their ability to break these cycles of crimes, as you rightly noted.
Do any of the examples of grants to community-based organizations come to mind? Like what kind of grants were they? And then specifically, do any of the community-based organizations use violence interrupters, or some communities call them interventionists? They might have been young people that had been involved in the problem, but then start wanting to give back to the community in a positive way.
No, absolutely. To the first part of your question, I referenced a specific program that was funded through the PSN program in my testimony, which was a grant to a community organization and the Kent Police Department. Kent is a mid-sized jurisdiction in my district, and with the community and the Kent Police Department, they were able to provide more resources to a specific, very targeted area where there had been a number of violence incidences. And so that PSN funding proved some very important results. The Kent Police Chief in that area was very happy and told me about the significant reduction in violence in that very targeted area. But as you know, what we really need to do is try to get at some of these root causes. And so there are a number of organizations that specifically do the type of work that you referenced. The types of individuals that are high risk for being victims or high risk for offending are often the types of people that aren't the social service seekers.
Right.
These aren't people that often work with, mental health counseling or other social services. And so we want to work with community groups because the community groups have that trust relationship with the people in the community that law enforcement often lacks. And so those community groups can provide those resources to those people that are most high at risk.
And are those community organizations and strategies evidence-based? So they've been researched and tested?
Yes, there are a number of studies that show that some of the CBI programs work. For me, in my district, we also just rely on what we're hearing from the community and from law enforcement officers. My district unfortunately had a shooting in downtown Seattle just last week. And I talked to the police chief of Seattle afterwards, and he shared with me that one of the first calls that he made after they had secured the scene and gotten information about the victim in that crime, one of the first calls he made was to a community organization that could help him perhaps de-escalate retaliatory shootings and calm the situation. And that's something that law enforcement is not always best suited to.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The ranking member for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, why haven't you responded to our November 1st letter?
Congressman, I'm not sure what letter you're referring to.
The letter signed by 19 Republicans, all 19 Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee regarding the school board's issue. Why haven't you responded to that?
I believe, Congressman, that the department provided a response, but as I said earlier, we did follow the AG's memorandum to convene such a meeting.
The department did not provide a response. I'm just, the letter's addressed to the Honorable Nicholas W. Brown, U.S. Attorney, Western District of Washington, 700 Stewart Street, Suite 5220, Seattle, Washington, 98101. Is that your address?
That is the office of the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yeah, and the Department of Justice acknowledged receipt of that letter. I'm just wondering, do you make a habit of not responding to members of Congress, and not just any members of Congress? These are 19 Republicans from the House Judiciary Committee. Do you make a habit of not responding to people who inquire about a pretty darn important subject, the school board memo issue?
We try to be responsive to all of our community members and anyone who has questions about the decisions and operations that we.
Well, that sort of begs the question then. Back to, why haven't you responded then? If you try to make an effort to respond, why haven't you? Someone tell you not to respond?
No, someone did not tell me not to respond. I understood that the department was going to provide a response, and I'm happy to have further conversations.
Attorney General
with the
didn't tell you?
department
The DAG didn't tell you not to respond?
No, Congressman, no one directed me not to respond to that.
Well, this is amazing. No one knows what happened here. 19 Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee, all the Republicans, inquire about a pretty important subject matter. We get no response. Earlier, when the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Biggs, asked you a question about this initial meeting. Remember the memo on October 4th from the Attorney General? He said this: I am directing the Federal Bureau of Investigation working with each United States attorney to convene meetings with federal, local, territorial leaders in each judicial district within 30 days of the issuance of this memorandum. I think your answer was you did have that initial meeting within that 30 days. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
When was that meeting again?
I don't have the specific date, Congressman. I believe it was in the first week of November.
Did you follow up with people at the main justice, at the Department of Justice? Did you get back with the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General regarding what took place in that initial meeting?
We communicated that we had the meeting. I don't think we provided any details about the meeting or participants.
Have you had any subsequent meetings since that initial meeting in early November?
I meet with my local and federal law enforcement partners on a regular basis, sometimes multiple times a week. So we have not had any further specific meetings regarding the AG's memorandum, but I communicate and talk to my law enforcement partners.
Wait. So you had the initial meeting. You told the main justice we had the meeting, but you communicated nothing else to him, and you've had no subsequent meetings on that issue. Is that accurate?
I have not had further meetings with the law enforcement partners about the
school
board memorandum.
Well, that shocks me because, I mean, this was the most important subject matter in the world back in October. The National School Board Association writes a letter to the Biden administration on September 29th, and literally 5 days later, we get a memo from the Attorney General directing you to have this meeting as if this was the most important subject matter on the planet, and you had one meeting, and all you told main justice is we had that meeting, and you've had no subsequent meetings?
Congressman, it certainly was not the most important issue for me as the United States Attorney.
Sure was here in this town. Sure was in the state of Virginia.
Well, I can only speak for me and my district and our priorities, and addressing school board issues was not the most important issue facing my district as United
Well, let me
States
just read the first sentence in the memo that went to you and the director of the FBI. The very first sentence in the October 4th memo from the Attorney General says, in recent months, there has been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. Have you prosecuted anyone in the last 5 months for threats of violence, harassment, or intimidation of school board members, administrators, teachers, and staff?
No, we have not brought any such cases in my district.
No prosecutions, no subsequent meetings, no communication with DOJ, but we were told this was the most important thing in history just a few months ago. You make any recommendations to DOJ about what should happen regarding this school board's issue?
I did not, Congressman.
Okay. Any people and any individuals you know have a threat tag associated with their name? We got this email communication that went out to FBI agents around the country, and it says, as a result of the Attorney General's memo, the Counterterrorism Division and Criminal Divisions created a threat tag to track instances of threats. Do you know about any threat tags put on parents or any individuals in the Western District of Washington State?
I'm not aware of any such tags.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Congresswoman Dean is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you for holding this important hearing. Mr. Brown, I'm Madeline Dean from suburban Philadelphia. So I thank you for your extraordinary work and service to our country. As you know, 90% of the Department of Correction inmates will return home one day. Our current system is failing them and failing all of us, their families, our communities as well. Assisting Americans returning home, people who are still suffering from mass incarceration and its effect on their transition to freedom, even after their time is served, must remain a priority for our government. It is a priority for me and many on this committee. Mr. Brown, what is the Department of Justice doing to support returning citizens to reduce the chance of rearrest and support successful reintegration into the community?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question, and I appreciate it because you highlight a very important issue. One of the ways that we make our community safe is not only by preventing crime and holding people accountable who commit crimes, but helping those people successfully return to our community. That is good not only for those individuals and their families, but good for their neighbors and their communities around them because it enhances community safety. So I know that there are a number of reentry specific efforts that the department prioritizes. There are reentry programs that the department helps support through grant funding. Here specifically in my district, my office works with a number of organizations that are specifically focused on reentry efforts. We actually just started partnering with a very positive organization that has had good results working with the state correction facilities to bring those resources to some of our federal detention facilities within my district to help people understand what led them there and provide them the support when they get out of prison.
I appreciate that. What else is the federal government doing to invest in education, in housing, healthcare, employment, and other social structures for returning citizens?
Well, some of those subject matters are beyond my expertise, Congresswoman. I know that there are a number of programs in each of those areas, and some that are specifically funded and supported by the Department of Justice. I'm happy to have the department follow up with you on some of those areas. As I indicated earlier, some of the CBI programs that we work with and support both here in my district and in the department are focused on those very specific issues and providing housing, education, and other programs to make sure that they're successful.
I appreciate that. Anything you can share with us, we'd thank you for that. Something I care an awful lot about is the role of addiction and opioids in particular and other problems of addiction and mental health as it relates to the Department of Justice, the criminal justice system. Can you speak to that in terms of your own experience in the work that you do? How much of it is touched by mental health and or the disease of addiction?
No, absolutely. I mean, those two issues are really prevalent in cases that we see both in the federal cases and investigations that we lead, as well as the cases that local and state officers are bringing. You're seeing addiction-related issues, particularly these days in my community and throughout our country, a number of people suffering from fentanyl addiction and fentanyl problems. It's really a serious problem in my district and throughout our country. And mental health is also such a vital part of what's contributing to people's crimes. In my district, we do have a program where we work with people where we can identify that the impetus for their crime was a drug-based issue. They've had a documented history of addiction-related issues. We try to work with those people to find alternatives beyond simply incarceration that will allow them to be successful from when they re-enter the community.
Thank you for that. And anything you're learning, best practices that we can make sure that we incorporate into our policymaking would be very powerful. We know that we can't arrest our way through addiction and mental health problems. It's not good for the people, and it's not good for their families and our communities and the economy around them. Again, I thank you for your extraordinary work and service, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Back. It's now my pleasure to recognize Mr. Tiffany for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to, I want to reference what the ranking member was questioning you on just a few minutes ago. Have you had talks with the National Security Division regarding the memo from the Attorney General?
I have not, Congressman.
So are you ignoring the directive that the Attorney General's office put out?
I don't believe there was any specific directive for me as U.S. Attorney to coordinate with the National Security Division on that issue, Congressman.
So there was not a directive that you coordinate from the U.S. Attorney's office?
There was a directive in the October 4th memorandum that we convene a meeting with our federal and local partners on that issue, which we did. I'm not familiar with any directive that I work with or coordinate with the National Security Division.
You talk about criteria and things like that to deal with the root causes of crime. Do you consider parental involvement as something that's important that should be included as one of those top issues?
I think certainly people's family circumstances and support can contribute to crime. I think there's plenty of evidence that suggests that having stable and healthy family environment makes it less likely that you're engaged in crime, in particular violent crime.
Thank you for that answer. So I've jotted down a few phrases that we've been hearing today: reimagining, of course, reallocate resources, antiquated ideas, violence interrupters. All those things have been bandied around today. And I would hark back to a week ago in regards to President Biden's State of the Union speech, where he said, we are going to fund the police. And I think it's very clear today that that was just rhetoric on the part of the president. All Americans should understand that you have, per the video that we saw earlier, per these words that we're hearing, per the poster that's right behind me, a quote from the chairman on June 7th of 2020, it's very clear that, it should be very clear to the American people that the majority party does not have an interest in getting control of crime. They do not have an interest in looking out for the interests of victims. And you can tell with the blame-shifting rhetoric that is being used. Two things that I've heard today: root causes and blame COVID. Where did we hear the term root causes about a year ago? It was when Vice President Harris was announced as being the border czar, or she's going to take care of border issues. First thing she talked about was, boy, we've got these root causes, we got to get control of this. Has it been brought under control what has happened on the southern border? Not at all. We just had all kinds of root causes rhetoric. So whenever you hear that term, phrase root causes, you know there's just going to be a lot of jabber-jawing that's going to go on. And then we see the second blame shift that goes on here. Let's blame COVID. Same thing that we're hearing from the president's press secretary. Why have oil prices all of a sudden gone up here in America? It's the Ukraine. It's the Ukraine war. That's what caused these oil prices to go up, ignoring the fact that of what the American people know, that gasoline went up $1 a gallon. And it started on January 20th of 2021 when President Biden said, we are going to shut down fossil fuel use in this country. And what was the metaphor for it? It was Keystone XL, but there were numerous other actions that were taken that were going to shut it down. So here we got the all-purpose bugaboo, which is blame COVID. Now, I would encourage this committee perhaps to bring Dr. Fauci before us, and maybe he and some of the governors that put in place the draconian and unconscionable shutdowns, that maybe they should be answering for this. Because you maybe have hit on one of the root causes here, the shutdowns, the artificial shutdowns that we were warning you about, that there was going to be huge societal harm. And yes, we are, in part, we are seeing an increase in crime as a result of these unconscionable shutdowns that turned people's lives upside down. And where were those greatest shutdowns? They were in the big cities of America, where we've seen this striking increase in violent crime. I yield back.
Expired. I'm now pleased to recognize Ms. Scanlon, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you calling this hearing today. You know, I cannot sit here silently while my Republican colleagues try to hijack an important hearing to identify solutions to address the surge in violence over the past 2 years, particularly gun violence, that have taken a devastating toll on communities across the country, including my own, in cities of every size and in states both red and blue. I have to protest the efforts by our Republican colleagues to, once again, ignore the truth and repeat false talking points about my community and others, instead of grappling with the truth. We've heard members of this committee and subcommittee say today that Philadelphia, which forms part of my district, has reduced funding for its police, and to go so far as to bolster these lies by citing specific numbers. Let me just be clear. Philadelphia has not defunded its police. To the contrary, funding has increased each of the past 2 years to help address the twin pandemics of COVID and gun violence. So I would urge my colleagues across the aisle to stop reimagining the truth and get serious about how this country can actually address the national surge in gun violence, because this is a serious problem that demands serious policy solutions and serious people, not mindless repetition of political talking points. Now, what we hear over and over again from law enforcement in my district and across the country is that we need to stem the flow of guns to our streets. And we can do that with legislation that our Republican colleagues continue to block by requiring universal background checks, banning ghost guns and assault weapons, and requiring licensing and training with gun purchases. It is easier to get a gun in Pennsylvania than it is to get a driver's license. I can go to a gun show near my home and walk out with dozens of weapons with no check. That's wrong. We cannot police our way out of this problem, however. If we're going to stem the tide of violence, we need to employ comprehensive approaches to public safety and address the underlying challenges that drive some people to pick up guns in the first place. Mental health struggles, poverty, lack of education or opportunity. All of these things, made worse by the disruption and upheaval of the pandemic, have fueled hopelessness and despair that can lead our fellow Americans, and particularly children, as I have reason to know, to act in desperate, dangerous, and violent ways. Local officials in my district are working right now to reach solutions to prevent violence and support people living in their communities. I've been looking forward to this hearing to explore ways the federal government can support these efforts. Now, Mr. Brown, in your testimony, you mentioned that a Project Safe Neighborhoods program is operating in your district. Officials in Chester, Pennsylvania, where my district office is located, launched the same program in November 2020. And the latest data we have indicates that gun violence homicides are down 44%, and overall shootings are down 34% in the city since then. Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of creating these collaborative partnerships between community-based partners and law enforcement? How do we support these partnerships, and how does this drive solutions?
Thank you, Congresswoman. As I mentioned earlier, we view CBI programs and other community-based programs as a complementary tool to ongoing law enforcement efforts. And what we find is that some of these programs can get at some of these issues that law enforcement simply is not as well suited to do. They can help address some of the root causes. They can help provide the counseling and support and stabilization that it makes it less likely that someone will commit crimes in the future or be a victim of crime. And really, partnership between law enforcement and the community helps build trust in the community and helps form partnerships with the community. And those types of relationships is a law enforcement tool. When the community trusts the law enforcement officers in their community, they're more likely to report crime, they're more likely to identify being a victim or knowing a victim, and they're more likely to help find solutions. And so when you have programs supported by the department and other entities that provide resources for those community organizations, you're building trust with law enforcement in a very positive way.
Thank you. We know that during the pandemic, we've seen traditional supports for young people become disrupted, isolating them. Can you talk about any programs that specifically target young people?
Yes, you are correct that a number of the programs that work with people at high risk, and particularly young people, were shuttered during the pandemic, and it was just much more difficult to reach people. It's much more positive when you're meeting with someone in person than trying to do it in a remote proceeding or something like that. So we work with organizations here, and I've learned a lot about organizations that are directly working with young people. On a positive note, despite the rising crime, we've seen a decrease or a stabilization, at least, of incidents of youth involved in shooting in my community. The increase in shootings in Seattle has gone up in some new areas, but has plateaued in some of the other areas, which is some indication that some of these programs that work directly with youth are having successful results.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. I yield back, Madam Chair.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding back, and I also appreciate her courage as a crime victim in helping to debunk misinterpretation of defund police. Thank you so very much for your courage. It's my pleasure to yield 5 minutes to Mr. Massey for his questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield my time to Dan Bishop.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Bishop is now recognized for 5 minutes.
And I thank the chairman and the members for permitting me to participate in this important hearing. Mr. Brown, of course, I guess this is a hearing called by the majority, and we're engaged in congressional oversight, I guess. I just wonder, I counted as I came in, it was important enough to me to come here, and when I arrived, there were about 11 members of Congress sitting here. We have committee staff here. Why are you not here, sir?
When I was asked to participate, I was asked to participate remotely, and which was great for me being out here in Seattle. So that was the invitation that I received, Congressman.
So that was a specific request from the staff for the majority that contacted you to arrange for your participation today? Or did it come from higher in the Justice Department?
When the department asked me if I would participate, they explained to me that I could participate virtually. So that was the information that I had.
Who in the department communicated that to you, sir?
The invitation for me came from EOUSA, which is the Executive Office of United States Attorneys, which is the main coordination that we have with the Department of Justice, main justice components.
Or do you know of a name of an individual that made that request or suggested to you that you appear remotely?
The specific invitation came from the Deputy Director of EOUSA.
All right. Let me take you back to the question Mr. Jordan asked you about the meeting that you convened pursuant to Attorney General Garland's memo about school board protests or threats. You indicated that there was a meeting you thought like in November following the issuance of that memo, I think. Summarize the content of the meeting. What was discussed?
Sure, Congressman. We had a meeting with partners from the federal government law enforcement agencies, principally the FBI, with our State Patrol agency, and leadership from the Association of Washington Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. And we talked about ways that we could be a resource for them, much like we would be a resource in any other local law enforcement need, and just made available for them or made them aware that we were here to help if they had any incidences that deserved federal resources or federal attention. And that was essentially the extent of our meeting.
Wow. So did your office gather or have any evidence or information about some proliferation of threats to school boards to share? Or because you didn't mention that in relating what you said. Did you gather that kind of information?
We convened the meeting in response to the Attorney General's request that we convene such a meeting and talked about the resources we could provide, much like we would in any other issue partnering with local law enforcement.
So again, what the Attorney General indicated was there were this proliferation of threats that warranted this nationwide action by the Department of Justice. And so I think you did not have your office gather any information, and you're not aware of any specific information about a proliferation of threats. Is that correct?
I did not gather information about threats in my district. The letter came a few days before I was actually sworn into office, so I did not gather information in response to the AG's memorandum.
Did any participant in the meeting impart any information or evidence about a proliferation of threats that would support a nationwide scope of action?
There were some conversations in our meeting of officers hearing about some small anecdotal stories of threats at school boards, but nothing that would arose to needing federal assistance or federal prosecution.
Yeah, that's certainly consistent with my understanding as well, and it's important for the nation to know in light of the politicized action by the Attorney General. Let me ask you one other quick question while I've got the moment here. You've talked about prevalence of firearms being an important driver of violence. Ms. Scanlon just talked about the need for background checks, but you said most gun violence comes from stolen guns. That wouldn't be allayed by background checks, would it?
Well, there are a number of different contributors to the rise in shootings, and certainly what we're seeing quite often here in my district is people who are stealing firearms from other gun owners. I don't have all the information and data about who has owned the gun lawfully or not, but certainly the rise in firearms in our streets, which puts the community and law enforcement at danger, is coming a lot from firearms recovered from stolen homes or stolen property.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. I yield back.
Gentleman has yield back. It's now my pleasure to call on Mr. Cicilline for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and thank you for the witnesses that have joined it. It's no secret that we have seen an alarming increase in certain types of violent crime across the country. Gun violence spiked especially during the first year of the pandemic, and 2021 saw a 5% jump in homicides since 2020 and a 44% jump since 2019. One of the most important lessons I've learned in my decades as a lawmaker and as a mayor is that no problem exists in a vacuum. This includes increases in crime, which often accompany periods of social or economic distress. So it's not surprising that these concerning statistics accompany one of the worst periods of social and economic upheaval in recent history, the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 not only took the lives of almost 1 million Americans, it also upended many of our social and economic support networks as things like childcare, financial assistance, and medical services became difficult or impossible to access. This put unbelievable stress on communities, which then began to see a dramatic rise in crime. The problems COVID presented were multifaceted, and our response must be equally multifaceted. And it's why we made more than $350 billion in the American Rescue Plan specifically and explicitly available to police and law enforcement to support police departments across the country, making sure that they had the resources they needed, that they were properly trained and utilizing the best techniques, but also by including other social and medical professionals in response to the public safety crisis. And so despite the fiery speeches of my colleagues, every single Republican on this committee and every single Republican in the Congress of the United States voted no for this funding for police departments in direct response to the increase in crime because of COVID. We wrote it specifically for that purpose. Police departments are using it. That funding, every single one who made one of these big, loud speeches today voted no. So let the record be clear on that. And so I want to first say thank you, sir, for your testimony. I think as I think about violent crime, one of the lessons I learned as mayor of the city of Providence, and my chief always said this, was that the single most powerful tool the police department has to fight crime is the trust and confidence of the community. When I took office, crime was on the increase in the city of Providence. By the time I left as mayor, we had the lowest crime rate in 50 years, and that was because of the great work of the men and women of the police department working with the community, rebuilding trust, creating neighborhood-based community policing models where my chief always said people should have a family lawyer, a family doctor, and a family police officer, and they have the cell phones of the sergeants that were in charge of their neighborhoods. So would you speak a little bit about how the Department of Justice is supporting state and local law enforcement in their efforts to reduce crime, particularly violent crime and particularly gun crimes in local communities?
Thank you, Congressman, for your question. I think you've hit the nail on the head. You know, it makes sense that anybody in any profession, frankly, works better with people that they trust. And law enforcement agencies and officers serve those communities. And if they have trusting relationships and know the people in their communities, they're much more likely to partner on successful strategies for reducing crime. And they're much more likely to have good relationships when they're showing up before a crime has happened to commit to those relationships rather than after a crime has occurred. The focus for me, specific to this testimony, is how the federal government and the Department of Justice can support community organizations that are adopting evidence-based CBI strategies, because those partnerships with law enforcement is one of the principal ways that we can prevent violence from occurring or reoccurring. So working with law enforcement agencies, I've heard time and time again that they want these community organizations to be successful because those community organizations can get at some of the heart of the problem rather than simply when law enforcement shows up after a crime has occurred.
Thank you. And we have in the city of Providence a program that was started by the Institute for the Study and Practice of Nonviolence that supported a group of young people called street workers that are actually former gang members, people who had previously been involved in violent crime, who are out there proactively working with the communities, helping to prevent violence, working hand in hand with the police department. And every single member of the Providence Police Department would recognize that they have been a tremendous asset in their efforts to reduce crime in the city. That's a great partnership where they're reaching out and helping to prevent much violence. And we also had a nationally recognized program where another organization, Family Services, sent with police officers a domestic violence therapist who understood how to work with children to the scene of a crime so that when they were responding, the harm that children were experiencing as a result of that incident was immediately addressed by a mental health professional. Everyone sees those as very valuable to reducing the impact of crime in our communities. And despite all the histrionics of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I hope those efforts can continue in police departments across the country. And thank you for being here. I yield back.
I recognize Mr. Fitzgerald now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I first ask unanimous consent to have a Washington Post article that is authored by Salvador Rizzo titled "The White House Slipshot Claim That Republicans Are Defunding the Police"? I would ask unanimous consent that that be submitted for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, last Congress, Chairman Nadler introduced H.R. 9065, the Federal Bail Reform Act, which would shift the burden of proof from a defendant to government on bail decisions. The presumption for most criminal defendants would be pretrial release. In order to rebut the presumption, the government would need to show by a preponderance of evidence that release does not pose a high risk of intentional non-appearance in court or a specific or substantial risk that the person will cause bodily injury or use violent force against the person of another if released. The chairman has not reintroduced that legislation this Congress, and I'm not sure why. Might have something to do with bail reform issues in New York. Do you support this type of reform?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the specific bill that you're talking about. When my office deals with the issue of pretrial release, we try to make sure that people who are the most likely to be at risk of offending again or committing other crimes or are likely to be a flight risk, that those people are detained pending trial.
So just in general, let me ask you, do you think that the danger an individual poses to society should be one of the factors that should be considered when making bail decisions?
As I said, we try to detain people prior to trial who prevent crimes from occurring. So if they are at high risk of doing that, then we think those people should be detained.
Okay, thank you. I would just say in general, and I know some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, a lot of what I think we're hearing today is kind of glossing over what's been going on for the last year, which has been a call to defund the police. And obviously, the polling shows something different now, or the rhetoric has changed dramatically in the last couple of weeks, so I'm not sure exactly where we're headed. But Mr. Brown, in 2018, DEA temporarily classified fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1 under the Controlled Substances Act. This emergency scheduling order placed all of these substances based on their chemical structure and designated them as purely illicit drugs with a high potential for abuse and no reasonable medical purpose. This order has been previously extended 3 times by Congress, but without action from Congress, it will expire, believe it or not, this Friday. The Biden administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to pass a permanent designation unless it is accompanied by their preferred jailbreak bills that would release more criminals onto the street. Do you support the clean, permanent designation of fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule 1?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the specific designation or the history that you've described. What I will say is fentanyl is a very serious drug. It is doing serious damage throughout the country and specifically in my district, and it is an issue that we take very seriously.
Well, but I'm sure you're familiar with Schedule 1 and what that means and the parameters of that. Would you support the idea of making fentanyl? It sounds like you understand how serious this is. Would you actually support that?
I certainly understand what the scheduling is for the narcotics that are illegal under federal law. I'm just not familiar with the clean distinction that you were making or other related bills, but it is certainly a serious problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Madam Chair, I would yield my balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Bowman, I just wanted to follow up on where we were earlier. Will you commit to getting us an answer to we had, I think, 6 or 7 questions in our November letter to you. Will you commit to getting answers to those questions to us since Main Justice has not? We know you received the letter, and it's from all 19 Republicans. Can we get an answer from you sometime soon?
Congressman, I'll certainly go back and look at that request again that came in November.
No, I asking, will you respond? Will you give us an answer to those questions?
I will coordinate any response with the department.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Madam Chair, I would yield my last 5 seconds to Mr. Biggs.
Madam Chair,
I will be generous. The time
I'm
passed.
just going to do a couple of unanimous consents.
I will yield to the gentleman for unanimous consent.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to submit to for the record Yahoo News piece entitled "White House Checked Over Bogus Claim on GOP Defunding Police," and then also PolitiFact, Scott falsely accuses GOP of defunding police. Those 2 articles without objection, if possible.
Ms. Biggs, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Let me also now introduce into record members. I'm going to take the opportunity to indicate that Mr. Biggs received an answer or a letter response dated December 22nd regarding letters that have been the same on the question concerning a memorandum issued by Attorney General Garland and entitled Partnership Among Federal, State, Local, Tribal, and Territorial Enforcement to Address Threats Against School Administrators. This was signed by a Assistant Attorney General from the Department of Justice, and the memorandum responds to concerns about violence, threats of violence, and other criminal conduct. The comment in particular, the Justice Department has no greater responsibility than keeping the American people safe, and to that end, the department has taken action in a wide range of contexts to keep American people safe by preventing violence and threats of violence. So it includes a wide spread on jobs, election officials, workers, judges, law enforcement, officers, prosecutors, flight crews, flight attendants. It is not a stranger to violence, and the Justice Department has a responsibility to keep them safe. By unanimous consent, I'll submit this letter into the record as a response that has been given to the Republican. With that, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for his questioning.
Thank you, Chairwoman Sheila Jackson Lee, for holding this important hearing. My first elected position, I was a city council member, and it's very clear that most police funding are funded by local cities, counties, and states. President Biden last week told America that Democrats support funding the police. We also took actions to execute that because actions speak louder than words. The American Rescue Plan provided massive amounts of funding to local governments to fund police departments, prevent layoffs, and hire additional police officers. Every Democrat voted for it, and Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan that funded police departments, and President Biden signed it. The following Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee voted no on the American Rescue Plan. The Republican Judiciary member from Ohio, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Ohio, District 1, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Texas, District 1, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from California, District 50, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Colorado, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Florida, District 1, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Louisiana, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Arizona, District 5, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from California, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Florida, District 17, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Wisconsin, District 7, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican Judiciary member from Kentucky, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Texas, District 21, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from North Carolina, District 9, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Minnesota, District 7, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Indiana, District 5, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Wisconsin, District 5, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. The Republican House Judiciary member from Oregon, District 2, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. And the Republican Judiciary member from Utah, District 4, voted no to fund the police in the American Rescue Plan. Actions speak louder than words. Now, I'd like to talk about a second topic, which are school boards. Republicans now are somehow justifying threats against school board members. Shame on them. My wife is a school board member. Under her leadership as president of the school board last year, her school district was voted the best in that area by 2 newspapers. She also got death threats, and she had to talk to a local detective about those death threats. You do not have a right to violently threaten school board members. You do not have the right to engage in violence against them. And Republicans on this committee who defend that, shame on them. I applaud the Department of Justice for going after people who engage in violent death threats against school board members and who want to take violence and actions of violence against school board members. And now my question to Mr. U.S. Attorney, thank you for your service. The former President of the United States made racist phrases like Kung Flu. He also told minority members of Congress to go back to our country. We saw a stunning rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans. Can you say if that happened in your area and what steps you're taking to reduce the hate crimes against Asian Americans?
Thank you, Congressman. We are absolutely seeing a rise in hate crimes and hate-based incidences throughout my district. I think it's a national problem, but we're seeing it here specifically. We've had a number of crimes against religious institutions as well. Just last night, actually, I convened with my federal law enforcement partners a meeting with the leaders from various houses of worship throughout our district and indeed throughout our state to make sure that they were aware of these rising threats and aware of the resources that the federal government can help provide to identify people that are making threats in their communities and against their houses of worship. but we continue to prosecute hate crimes very, very seriously in this district. I've had a number of cases in the 5 months since I've been.
Gentleman's time has expired. If you can wrap up. Gentleman's time has expired.
Where they are committing these offenses. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and thank the gentleman. I will now introduce our second panel of witnesses. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize. This concludes the first panel of today's hearing. I would like to thank U.S. Attorney Brown for participating in this hearing. Attorney Brown, your testimony, your patience was most appreciated, and also your commitment to public service and the work that you're doing in your district in Seattle. Again, we thank you and the Department of Justice. We will now take a short recess to set up our second panel of witnesses. The subcommittee will stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Can I?
The subcommittee will reconvene to hear the testimony of our second panel. I will now introduce our second panel of witnesses. First, Chief Eddie Garcia is the 30th police chief of the police department in Dallas and the first Latino to serve in this position in the department's 140-year history. He was previously with the San Jose Police Department for his entire 29-year career, where he rose through the ranks and was appointed chief in 2016. Chief Garcia earned a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice Management from Union Institute and University. He also attended the De Anza College, where he studied Administration of Justice. Mr. Thomas Apt currently chairs the Council on Criminal Justice Violent Crime Working Group and recently directed the National Commission on COVID-19 and Criminal Justice. Prior to joining the Council, Mr. Apt served as a senior research fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School and held leadership positions in the New York Governor's Office and the Office of Justice Program at the U.S. Department of Justice. He received his Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the University of Michigan and received a law degree with honors from Georgetown University. Mr. Charles Fane Lehman is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Policy Research, working primarily on the Policing and Public Safety Initiative and contributing editor of City Journal. He was previously a staff writer with the Washington Free Beacon and has been published in the Wall Street Journal, National Review, and the New York Post. Mr. Lehman received a Bachelor of Arts in History from Yale University. The Honorable Sylvester Turner is currently serving his second term as mayor of Houston, Texas. Mayor Turner recently announced his One Safe Houston plan to combat violent crime and respond to the needs of victims while building healthier communities. He previously served for 27 years in the Texas House of Representatives. He's an honor graduate of the University of Houston and earned a law degree from Harvard University. As a moment of personal privilege, I am so very proud to host my mayor, the mayor of the city of Houston, who is more than what the definition of a mayor is. As part of the major city mayors, as part of the mayors of large cities, he has confronted every form of natural disaster that you could imagine, from horrific Hurricane Harvey and a number of other rising floods to, of course, the pandemic that hit Houston and Texas very hard, and as well, on the other side of it, a rage of crime to which none can be attributed because of the hard work of his police department, his first responders, and as well, he and his city council. So I am very glad to welcome America's mayor for all that he exhibits and symbolizes in fighting the fight on behalf of the people of Houston. Mayor Turner, we welcome you here today. The Honorable Santana Dewberry serves as the elected district attorney for Durham County. She previously served as a criminal defense attorney. She previously also was from North Carolina, Department of Health and Human Services as General Counsel and Executive Director of the nonprofit North Carolina Housing Coalition. Ms. Dewberry received her Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Princeton University, her Juris Doctor from Duke University School of Law, and a Master's in Business Administration from Duke University Fuqua School of Business. Welcome. Ms. Jereka L. Richardson is a Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives at the National Urban League. Previously, Ms. Richardson was a Deputy Executive Director and Senior Advisor and Secretary to the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board. She has also served as Chief of Staff in the Office of the Counsel to the Mayor of New York City, Special Advisor to the Mayor and Senior Spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. She holds a Juris Doctorate from the University of Michigan Law School and a Bachelor of Arts in English from Spelman College. Let me also thank the President and CEO, Mark Morial of the National Urban League, who continues to work and respond to the calls of Congress and to continue to fight for the wide breadth and spread of justice, equality, and economic opportunity for the people of America and African Americans. So thank you again, Ms. Richardson, for your presence here today. We welcome our distinguished witnesses and we thank them for their participation. I'll begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that all witnesses testifying in person to rise. I ask all witnesses testifying remotely to turn on your audio loudly and make sure that I can see your face and your raised hand while I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative, and thank you, and you may be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time frame, there is a time light on your table and on your screen. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals that 5 minutes have expired. I now recognize the Mayor of the City of Houston, Mayor Turner, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and let me start off by thanking you, Chairperson Jackson Lee, my Congresswoman. So thank you for having me. Ranking Member Biggs, members of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, as well as the other persons on this distinguished panel, as we engage in a dialogue on reimagining public safety in the COVID-19 era. There are no easy answers and no singular initiative standing by itself that can adequately address rising crime. In Harris County, for example, the criminal case backlog is nearly 100,000 cases since Hurricane Harvey and COVID. Domestic violence has doubled since 2019. There are way too many guns on the streets. The Texas legislature passed HB 1927, permitless carry, which became law on September 1st of last year, against the testimony of major city police chiefs. Violent crime is a public health crisis made worse by the pandemic and easy access to guns, which demands a comprehensive, holistic response, all hands on deck approach. A month ago on February 2nd, I, along with members of the Houston City Council, community leaders, and law enforcement agencies, announced One Safe Houston Plan, a public safety initiative aimed at holistically addressing and in some cases, rebuilding the public safety ecosystem in Houston-Harris County. In the city of Houston, we need more police officers, a minimum of 600. We have budgeted the resources to add additional police cadet classes and via overtime. In the interim, we're adding 125 officers per day. These officers are being deployed to areas based on the crime data and analytics. To keep our parks and green spaces safe, we're adding more park rangers. Let me add that after the murder of George Floyd in June of 2020, the city of Houston increased its police budget by 13%. But Houston is roughly 600 square miles, twice the size of Chicago. To complement our police officers, technology is a must. We're adding to our network of cameras to deter and solve crimes like road rage, shootings, and others. Greater use of ShotSpotter, license plate readers, enhancing our forensic center. More federal grants for more technology would be helpful. We confiscated over 6,400 guns last year, and about 3,700 guns were stolen from people's vehicles. There are way too many guns on our streets. We are budgeting $1 million on a robust gun buyback initiative, and we will evaluate its effectiveness. The plan also looks to address crisis intervention in 2 areas identified by the Citizens Commission on Police Reform, organized after the murder of George Floyd. We are fully implementing it. In fact, I'm going even further. $21 million has been allocated towards behavioral health programs, namely Crisis Call Diversion Program, a 24-hour coverage program aimed at directly connecting callers with mental health providers, mobile crisis outreach teams, deploying non-law enforcement teams of behavioral health professionals to deal with nonviolent interventions, crisis intervention response teams, specially trained police officers paired with mental health professionals, and a clinician officer remote evaluation using telemedicine. Additionally, we have seen a substantial uptick in domestic violence related crimes that often lead to homicides. As a result, we have made an investment of $10 million for sexual and domestic abuse responses through our domestic abuse response teams. These programs provide specifically for trained 2-person mobile teams consisting of 1 HPD officer and 1 victim advocate responding to high-risk domestic violence crime scenes at the request of the primary responding police units. This program is working extremely well. Other key components of the One Safe Houston initiative include $2.5 million for the implementation of the Cure Violence and Credible Messages program using community influencers and disruptors, $1 million to expand the existing successful community reentry program. And I might add, our numbers are more impressive than the state. 4% recidivism compared to 20+%. We need more dollars there. And we are engaging in our youth initiative, opportunity to provide this coming year between up to 15,000 summer jobs to students ages 16 to 24. Opportunity is a vital component to keeping our city youth off the streets during summer breaks and providing them with access to quality earning and learning opportunities. With the exception of the Summer Youth Initiative, the cost of the One Safe Houston program is $45 million, paid for by opera dollars. So let me thank you for your resources, and then I look forward to this hearing.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you very much. Let me, before introducing and recognizing Mr. App, introduce Ms. Madeline Brame, who is chairwoman of the New York Victims' Rights Reform Council and state director of Blexit for New York, who is also will be providing testimony for us today. Thank you very much again, Mayor Turner. And now I yield 5 minutes to Mr. App. He is now recognized.
Chairwoman Jackson-Lee, Ranking Member Biggs, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. During the coronavirus pandemic, violent crime has surged. In 2020, homicide rose by 29%, the largest one-year increase in at least 50 years, while violent crime overall increased by 5%. In 2021, homicides and other violent crimes continued to climb, but the pace of the increase, at least for homicide, slowed to 5%. Property and drug crime declined in both years. These numbers and the suffering behind them are deeply disturbing. At the same time, rates of violent crime remain well below the highs of the 80s and 90s. We must respond urgently to this epidemic of violence, but we need not panic. Across the country, violence has surged in cities large and small. It increased in cities led by Democrats and in those led by Republicans. It rose in blue states and also in red ones. The effect appears to be national and not driven by local circumstances. By all accounts, it is community gun violence, meaning violence perpetrated with firearms in public settings, that is driving the increase. It is difficult to know for certain why community gun violence spiked, but experts have settled on 3 likely factors. The first is the pandemic itself, which disproportionately impacted the communities where gun violence concentrates. A second factor is the social unrest caused by high-profile incidents of deadly police force. And a third factor is a substantial increase in legal gun purchases where a larger share of weapons fell into the wrong hands and did so more quickly than before. While a large body of rigorous research and public opinion polling supports additional requirements for owning and carrying a deadly firearm, that is not the focus of my testimony today. My focus here is on the nonpartisan, fact and evidence-informed solutions that can give cities relief right now. These solutions reflect the consensus reached by the Council on Criminal Justice's Violent Crime Working Group, a diverse body of law enforcement officials, community violence and public health experts, advocates, and leading researchers. Study after study shows that crime, and especially violence, concentrate among small networks of individuals and locations. Not surprisingly, the strategies associated with the strongest anti-violence outcomes have one thing in common. They focus on these small numbers of people and places. Some of these focused strategies involve law enforcement. In systematic reviews of hotspot and problem-oriented policing, researchers have examined dozens of evaluations and found these approaches to be effective. Other strategies prevent violence without law enforcement. For instance, credible messengers can mediate disputes, connect individuals to much-needed supports, and use community events to promote nonviolent norms. Tellingly, the intervention associated with the strongest effects does not focus exclusively on police or non-police solutions. Instead, it brings cops and communities together. Focused deterrence, also known as the gun violence intervention or ceasefire, creates partnerships among residents, service providers, and law enforcement. These partnerships engage high-risk individuals and groups, provide specialized supports, and deploy targeted sanctions as a last resort. The key message here is that effective violence reduction includes law enforcement, but does not stop there. Cities must complement policing with strong community-based approaches, giving voice to the residents of neighborhoods that experience violence every day. I want to conclude with an observation about politics, along with a concrete proposal that puts politics aside. Our public conversation about criminal justice is polarized. Increasingly, it is all about tough policing and prosecution, or it is policing and prosecutors who are the problem. This us versus them framing is destructive because everything we know about reducing violence tells us that we need law enforcement, but we need community and other partners as well. The truth is, we can have safety and justice at the same time. We can reduce violence and promote change simultaneously. We have to reject these either-or choices and insist on both-and options, as the Council's Task Force on Policing did last year, bringing police and civil rights leaders together around a comprehensive set of reforms. Our cities need help, and they need it now. Congress should take the $5 billion for community violence intervention strategies in the Build Back Better Act, supplement it with $1 billion in support for highly focused, evidence-informed law enforcement strategies, and pass these measures immediately in a standalone bill. This nonpartisan proposal would be embraced by violence intervention organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the public at large. It would also signal a new era of cooperation around the crucial issue of public safety in America. Thank you.
Mr. Abt, perfect. You have finished, and we thank you for your testimony. It's now my pleasure to yield 5 minutes and to have Mr. Garcia, Chief Garcia, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Jackson Lee, Ranking Member Biggs, and distinguished members of the Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. I appear before you today as the Chief of Police in Dallas, Texas, and it is also my privilege to testify on behalf of the Major City Chiefs Association. The MCCA is a leader in national policy debates on policing reform. We have consistently called for an approach that is evidence-based, sustainable, and thoughtful, and remain steadfast in our commitment to help increase accountability and rebuild trust between law enforcement and the community we serve. Reform efforts cannot be nationalized. Local law enforcement needs to, what works in one city may not work in another. Police departments must have the flexibility to advance reforms that meet the unique needs of their community. We've taken several steps in Dallas PD to promote accountability and build trust with our community. Some of the things we've implemented are early warning systems to address troublesome behavior on the front end. We're also onboarding a use of force evaluation tool and platform that enables us to measure the effectiveness of training and policies, which will include a public-facing dashboard to promote transparency. The Right Care program, which partners law enforcement, fire, EMS, and clinicians to assist individuals experiencing a mental crisis. Dallas established the Office of Integrated Public Safety Solutions to support non-law enforcement efforts to address violent crime. And also, all new recruits now take a course on the history of policing as part of their academy in order to understand the historical shortcomings of our profession. MCCA members are strong proponents of community and relational policing. These strategies are dependent on law enforcement being present in the community. I'm a blue-collar chief and frequently go on patrol with my officers. This allows me to interact with and hear directly from the community outside of the more traditional avenues. All stakeholders, including elected officials, must push back on calls to defund the police. I have yet to find a neighborhood impacted by violent crime in Dallas, regardless of language spoken, racial makeup, or socioeconomic status, that has ever asked me for less police. Defunding would have a disastrous consequence and hurt the communities most in need. We must appropriately balance reform with crime-fighting efforts. The most recent MCCA violent crime report clearly shows that America is experiencing a violent crime wave. The current outlook in Dallas is not akin to other major cities. Violent crime in Dallas decreased in 2021. And this year to date, we have 300 and less victims of violent crime. This is not by chance. It's with the support, a plan, and the amazing work and sacrifices of the men and women of the DPD that this has been made possible. Our crime fighting strategy is centered on a violent crime reduction plan. The plan relies heavily on science and data and was developed in conjunction with criminologists from the University of Texas San Antonio. The short-term strategies in the plan focus on hotspot policing to address the most violent offenders in the most violent parts of the city. The plan's midterm strategies include Dallas PD working with other stakeholders to alter a location's criminogenic nature by strengthening the neighborhood and reinvesting in the community. The plan's long-term strategies emphasize focused deterrence to change the behavior of high-risk offenders through the provision of services, community violence interventions, and when necessary, enforcement action. In the city of Dallas, we use the weed and seed mentality. Although it has been necessary to involve in SWAT narcotics gangs and crisis response teams in certain areas of our city to reduce violent crime, Our community affairs teams are working equally as hard to ensure our neighborhoods don't only see us in moments of trauma. We recognize that a reduction in violent crime, which results in less community trust, is not success. To reduce crime, we also need help from our elected leaders. In Dallas, we're fortunate to have a strong and have unwavering support from our Mayor Eric Johnson, who's been an advocate for smart, data-driven policing strategies while also implementing community-based public safety solutions. I don't believe there's a mayor in America who is more supportive of law enforcement as Mayor Johnson, and that also means he understands that we can't ask or expect our police officers to do everything. Mayor Johnson created the Task Force on Safe Communities, which recommended proven strategies to remediate blight, improve lighting, and teach both children and adults to resolve conflicts before they turn violent. The Dallas City Council has supported the mayor's plan by allocating millions of dollars in funding to our budget to those programs. Using this layered approach, we have seen some of the most significant crime reductions in the neighborhoods where we're deploying both our violent crime reduction plan strategies and the mayor's Task Force on Safe Communities programs. For example, violent crime is currently down 50% in the city's most violent grids, and perhaps most remarkably, we're reducing crime in those areas while making fewer arrests. These community-centric efforts are and should be in addition to, not in lieu of, enforcement efforts. The strong relationship between Dallas City and our federal partners has also contributed to our success. Despite the rising crime, violent and chronic offenders continue to cycle through the criminal justice system, MCA members have found pursuing federal charges for violent criminals to be a successful strategy and powerful deterrent. To support these efforts, Congress must help build capacity of the U.S. Attorney's Office to support additional prosecutions as appropriate. The goal of reimagining public safety should be building safe and prosperous communities. The success we've achieved in Dallas demonstrates that this is possible when investments are made, police officers are supported, and stakeholders work together. I look forward to any questions the committee may have.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you very much, Chief Garcia. We thank you for your testimony. I'm now pleased to recognize Ms. Brame for 5 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you for holding this meeting. My name is Madeline Brame. I am the chairwoman of the Victims' Rights Reform Council. I'm also the state director of Lexit, New York. I'm also the mother of a homicide victim. My son, Sergeant Hassan Correa, U.S. Army Afghanistan War retired veteran, was killed in 2018 in Harlem, New York. Hassan survived the battlefield of Afghanistan, but was killed right here on the streets of New York. Hassan was killed by 4 people he did not know, nor had he done any harm. The 4 people consist of 2 brothers, a sister, and their friend. All 4 are or were apprehended. They are between the ages of 35 and 40 years old. The 3 men are currently still being held on Rikers Island, being held without bail, awaiting trial. The sister, the female, Mary Saunders, was being held on a $750,000 bail for 14 months up until a bail reform took effect in 2019 when a judge reduced Mary's bail to $12,000 because the judge stated that Mary had children and she needed to be home with her family. Also, the district attorney informed me that they felt sorry for her. Mary has been out on bail for over 2.5 years, coming and going as she pleases. She's home with her family, she works, she has no monitoring, no supervision, no ankle bracelet. There is nothing standing between me, my grandchildren, or the public to protect us or deter any type of anything that can possibly happen. This case is ongoing. It's been on the calendar in Manhattan Criminal Court for 4 years, and I've been faced with a lot of delays and trauma and torture and unanswered questions, trying to fight to get justice for my son. My son served this country. He deserves way better than what he is getting. This entire incident was captured on video. So there's no assumption of who these people are. And my grandchildren are afraid to even come to New York to visit me because they're afraid that the bad lady is going to kill them. No one should have to be subject to this. No one should have to live in a society where there's complete lawlessness. This bail reform in New York has decimated the Black and brown communities. It's like a runaway train that's crashing right into our communities, leaving a trail of dead bodies and victims in its wake. It's an atrocity, it's a disgrace, and it needs to be rolled back in its entirety, or at least allow judges to determine dangerousness of these people before they let them out. I do agree that there needs to be some form of criminal justice reform, because everybody that goes to jail does not belong in jail. But some people are just career criminals. When you have people with 44 priors, 176 priors, 83 priors, and you continuously arrest them and let them out, that sends a direct and clear message to those criminals that you have a free pass to continue on your crime spree, which hurts people, all right, and which leaves victims. No one pays attention. No one gives the victim any consideration, all right? We're here and we're suffering. We're actually going through a torturous experience because no one will listen. No one cares. There are no rights protecting us. It's out of control and it's out of order and it's just dead wrong. I hear a lot of stuff on this panel today about reimagining what public safety should look like. I didn't hear not one person say anything about empowering the people in the Black communities, all right? Helping them to be self-sustainable, to help them get on their own feet, to rise themselves up out of poverty and not be so dependent on all these different programs and all these different credible messengers. That's another thing. They're here in New York, but I have not seen not one positive outcome of their effectiveness. We see them when it's time for there to be
Ms.
public
Brame, if you
events
could
and-
wrap up, your time has expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and let me offer to you my sympathy for your loss. We all feel that pain.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Let me now recognize Mr. Lehman for 5 minutes for his testimony before the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to speak to you today about the future of American policing. While I am sure some of my fellow guests will call on you to redefine the role of the police in our society, I am here to challenge the idea that reimagination per se is good. My case is a simple one. Police are an effective means for controlling crime. Any significant reduction in their number or responsibilities would come at substantial loss to public safety. Crime imposes enormous costs on our society. According to one recent estimate, crime produced monetary and quality of life losses equivalent to $2.6 trillion in 2017 alone. This is before the dramatic increase in certain offenses over the past 2 years, including an unprecedented 25% spike in homicide. Crime has significant long-term costs. One study estimates that victimization leads to losses of up to 13% of earnings as much as 4 years after the fact. These costs are borne disproportionately by our most disadvantaged citizens. In 2020, for example, the Black homicide rate was 10 times the white homicide rate. To reimagine policing in practice means reducing the number of police officers or reallocating their responsibilities to other government agencies. But I sincerely doubt that we can make such changes without increasing crime's already exorbitant cost. First, police are among the most effective tools for crime control. Decades of research supports the proposition that hiring more officers, deploying more officers in a given area, and investing more in investigations causally reduces crime. One widely cited estimate finds that for each dollar spent on policing, society reaps $1.63 in social savings from crime prevented. Second, armed officers are needed for the risks of police work. Advocates of reimagination expect to send police to only the most dangerous calls. But in a country with 400 million guns, predicting danger in advance is a real challenge. In Philadelphia, for example, dispatchers routinely misassign mental health calls as crimes and crimes as mental health calls. In 2019, 15 officers were killed and thousands assaulted during routine activities like traffic stops or handling mentally ill individuals. Recent deaths of social workers sent into such situations highlight the dangers of even mundane policing. Third, it is more efficient to concentrate responsibility for public order in a single agency rather than unbundling across many agencies. Divvying up police duties among smaller groups of social workers, violence interrupters, and other civilian employees inevitably leads to excess demand for some agencies and slack capacity in others. Centralizing responsibilities preserves a more responsive civil service, key to both controlling crime and engaging the public. In contrast to the proven effectiveness of police, proposals to reimagine policing are generally either misguided, lacking in evidentiary support, or just only a small fraction of what police do. The most popular reimagination is the replacement of police with community violence interruption, a strategy which, as President Biden put in the State of the Union address, involves trusted messengers breaking the cycle of violence and trauma and giving young people hope. Yet violence interruption programs routinely show mixed efficacy, reducing only some measures of violence in some areas and even sometimes resulting in increases in violence. As Texas A&M University crime-focused economist Jennifer Doliak put it, the evidence on the strategy is extremely weak. We basically have no idea if it works, but even the correlational studies aren't consistently finding beneficial effects, which should give us pause. Another popular idea is to shift mental health and homelessness-related calls to a separate civilian agency. Model implementation, like Eugene, Oregon's COOTS program, have existed for a long time, but they do not, in fact, pick up much police work. Only 5 to 8% of Eugene calls for police service are fully diverted to COOTS, and the agency spends most of its time on welfare checks and transport. An average of 3% of 911 calls to police across 9 major cities are for mental or medical illness. Lastly, many insist that municipal dollars spent on policing would be better spent on housing, education, or social services. This argument depends invariably on misleading estimates of the true level of police funding. Across all levels of government, police account for less than 3% of spending, a relatively small sum that would not obviously yield greater returns if diverted to other budget functions. This is not to say that there are no non-police interventions that can reduce crime. There is great promise in approaches that reduce public disorder, including greening public spaces, clearing vacant lots, and increasing street lighting. But these interventions, as with any that works by facilitating community self-policing, are backstopped by strong and effective law enforcement. It is good to better equip, better train, and better oversee our police officers, but we should never imagine that we can dramatically reduce their footprint or replace them entirely. To reimagine policing invariably means a new wave of crime, a wave that will crush our worst off citizens for decades to come. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman, for your testimony. Your time having expired. We now recognize Ms. Dewberry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Lee, Ranking Member Biggs, and members of the subcommittee, and also to Ms. Brame. As a mother of Black children myself, my heart breaks for the loss of you and your family. Over the past 2 years, some communities, including Durham, North Carolina, where I am the elected district attorney, have seen a perfect storm of challenges contribute to a devastating rise in violence. A once-in-a-lifetime pandemic has disrupted support systems and strained institutions and organizations that respond to and try to prevent violence. 2020 saw the largest single-year increase in poverty ever recorded in the U.S. Increases in poverty are closely linked to increases in crime, as stress and desperation make people more likely to see crime as their best or only option. At the same time, Americans purchased guns in record numbers, more than 40 million over the last 2 years, worsening this country's existing gun epidemic. In 2020, newly purchased firearms were used in more crimes than usual, yet many states have embraced policies that ease access to and regulation of guns. We have also seen eroded trust and confidence in the criminal legal system, particularly between law enforcement and people of color, who are more likely to be killed by police, subjected to low-level arrests that provide no public safety benefit, and at the same time, see so many violent crimes in their own neighborhoods go unsolved. When trust is fractured, victims and witnesses are less likely to report crimes or participate in investigations, making communities less safe. As a prosecutor, I am responsible for pursuing justice, and I care about the safety of my community where I live and my children go to school, just as much as anyone else in law enforcement. We can achieve safety through common sense, evidence-based reforms. We have to stop pretending reform is the real threat to public safety and recognize how over-reliance on prosecution and incarceration may make us less safe. We do not need to choose between reform and public safety. Those two objectives are inherently linked. The United States incarceration rate is second to none. We spend around $115 billion a year on policing. If more incarceration equaled less crime, we'd be the safest country in the world. While prison is warranted in individual serious cases, there is little evidence that prison reduces recidivism and at least some evidence that incarceration makes individuals and communities more prone to crime, among a range of other harms for residents. Meanwhile, evidence is mounting that prosecuting and incarcerating fewer people is in line with public safety. A 2021 study looked at 35 jurisdictions, including mine, that elected reform-minded prosecutors and found our policies had no significant effect on crime, including murder. Reforms studied included reducing cash bail or pretrial detention, declining to prosecute certain low-level offenses, and diverting people who need treatment out of court. Another recent study of the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office found that not prosecuting certain individuals for nonviolent misdemeanors reduced their likelihood of being charged with future offenses within 2 years by 64%. Like many communities, Durham saw an increase in homicides last year, even as most other types of crime and overall violent crime were down. There is no evidence that the rise in homicides and gun violence in communities across the nation is a result of criminal legal system reforms. I do not say this to trivialize the recent increase in violence, but rather to underscore how pervasive, tragic, and unacceptable it is, and how badly we need better solutions. In 2020, cities with higher poverty and unemployment rates experienced greater increases in crime, suggesting much of the increase was due to economic stress and inequality rather than reform. Both cities that rejected and pursued reforms saw similar increases in homicides and violent crimes. Blaming reform-minded prosecutors for increases in violent crime is misguided and misinformed. Many of my peers and I have structured our offices and policies entirely around more effective prosecution of violent offenses. If someone commits a serious crime and there is sufficient evidence of their guilt, they will be prosecuted. But we cannot prosecute cases that are never charged, nor can we prosecute our way out of violent crime. We know what works to reduce violence. Proven and promising studies already exist, but we need to work together and invest in these solutions long-term. Homicide clearance rates in the United States are below 50% and even lower for other crimes like sexual assault and rape. The strongest deterrent to crime is the likelihood of being caught, not the severity of the sentence. When so few people are caught, that deterrent effect is minimized. We must work alongside law enforcement and invest in solving and prosecuting serious cases. Meanwhile, we should divert and deflect cases that do not impact public safety. We need to address the proliferation of guns through effective policies and impose waiting periods and increase training and limit access to guns for young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeBerg. Your time has expired. We now recognize, and thank you for your testimony. We now recognize Ms. Richardson for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Jackson Lee, Ranking Member Biggs, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and the members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on reimagining public safety in the COVID-19 era. My name is Jerica Richardson, and I join you in my capacity as the Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives at the National Urban League, where I lead the organization's advocacy and strategic work on civic engagement, police reform, criminal justice reform, and other justice-related areas. I bring you greetings on behalf of our President and CEO, Mark H. Morial. Today, I come before you as a former journalist, reporting the stories of communities and families affected by the criminal justice system, as a former senior spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York, as a former chief of staff for the Office of the Counsel to the Mayor of the City of New York, and as the former Deputy Executive Director and Senior Advisor and Secretary to the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board, the nation's largest independent police oversight agency. I have witnessed the testimony of people on the ground, as well as the law enforcement community, municipal executives, and those entrusted with executing the law in pursuit of a just society. And now, as a member of a historic legacy civil rights organization, I have the opportunity to advocate for the pressing issues we face today. Founded in 1910, the National Urban League has long worked to lift barriers to opportunity for Black people and people of color in this country, and find solutions to keep our communities safe by advocating for a more just criminal legal system. In the face of a pandemic and the second wave of the civil rights movement, it was clear to us that a new framework was needed to rethink the way we handle public safety. In response to this need, the National Urban League released its 21 pillars for redefining public safety and restoring community trust. Our 21 pillars present a plan to transform policing and move us closer to a more equitable and just system. In developing the pillars, we consulted with policing experts and activists, conducted research on evidence-based practices, and most importantly, incorporated direct feedback from our 91 grassroots affiliates by conducting a comprehensive survey, which covered all aspects of policing and captured critical information about what is happening in our communities. Our 21 pillars are focused on 5 themes that redefine public safety from the ground up. Our first theme recognizes that, first and foremost, community trust must be restored for true change to occur through truth, reconciliation, and empowerment. Theme 2 acknowledges that community trust goes hand in hand with holding those accountable who have been entrusted with authority to protect and serve. Our third theme emphasizes working to uproot divisive policing policies. While we recognize that change takes time, we also recognize that we cannot afford to wait. Therefore, we advocate for urgency and transparency, reporting standards, and data collection in our 4th theme. Finally, we highlight that standards for hiring, evaluation, and promotions in public safety must be improved in our theme 5. Our nation is now facing a critical moment when political divisiveness has stalled the conversion of the social justice activism of 2020 to legislative and policy change. Public safety and community police relations must be addressed together. In order to break the cycle of violence, the National Urban League recommends that Congress support well-established community-based gun violence intervention programs with federal, state, and local funding. Break the iron pipeline, repeal federal restrictions that prevent tracing crime guns to help solve crime, and fund programs addressing the root causes of violence in the community, including healthcare and mental health intervention, survivor and victim services, family trauma services, intimate partner violence prevention, and community justice action funds. The National Urban League will do everything it can to break the cycle of harm in our communities, including hosting convenings in the next year with stakeholders from every background to discuss what else communities can do to address these pressing issues. Thank you for your time. I look forward to this discussion and any questions you may have on our 21 pillars. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and thank all of the witnesses for their important statements today. We will begin our 5-minute questions, of which I will begin with recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Again, Mayor Turner, let me thank you for one of the single most potent documents that I've seen in responding to the vicious cycle of crime across America. Dealing with violence reduction and crime prevention, you have put forward enhancing city park security, crime suppression teams as it relates to police officers, illegal firearms, but yet you've also recognized the rise in domestic violence by multicultural domestic violence prevention and outreach, something very near and dear to me as the author of the Violence Against Women Act, and mobile crisis outreach team as it relates to mental health. I know that we will work together on a buyback program as well. We look to vigorously respond to that crisis. But tell me how the permitless carry affected the crime rate in Houston and maybe even Texas?
Madam Chair, it exacerbated already a bad situation. This bill took effect September 1st of last year. The major city police chiefs, major law enforcement organizations testified against it. And when you look at the studies, you see that when these sort of measures have taken effect, it increases crime anywhere from 11 to 13%. So this allows people without a license, permit, or training to be able to have their guns, and it just has proliferated that problem. And when the bill was being debated, many law enforcement personnel indicated and testified that if the legislature passed it, this would cause people to be shooting even at law enforcement personnel. It would increase crime. It would create even a greater market for these guns and add to the gun proliferation. So I just don't see any inherent value from permitless carry, House Bill 1927.
Can the federal government help in bringing down gun violence with local communities?
There's no question about that. I made reference to our reentry program, the dollars that we are investing in that, and I would say with the exception of our summer youth program, all of the initiatives in One Safe Houston plan are currently being paid for by the opera dollars. $45 million in the American Rescue dollars are being used to put forth this plan. So, but for those dollars, we would not be able to engage in this comprehensive holistic approach. But the reentry program has reduced recidivism in the city of Houston down to 4%. So we need to expand that. That compares to the state average of a little more than 20%. And then technology. City of Houston is 640 square miles. Chicago is 275 square miles. So even with more police, we can't cover the geographical area effectively without the utilization of more technology. So even additional funding, additional grants in that space would be a tremendous help.
I just have a short moment. I just want to get a yes or no. Did the pandemic have an impact, in your impression, of the rise in violent crime?
Yes, without question.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Madam Dewberry, let me thank you again for your service. I have a question because I believe that justice is judges, the district attorney, policing, and it seems my friends on the other side have misconstrued the idea of defund to mean to eliminate the presence of police as opposed to the creative policing of adding in so many different elements to stop crime. But in particular, I want to refer to the Ahmaud Arbery case, which is not your case, but I want to express or have you express the role of a district attorney. That case was derailed because of the inaction of a district attorney in one, standing for justice, as well as holding officers accountable when necessary, not being against police officers, and in this instance, it wasn't police officers, but it was people acting under color of law. What is the importance of ensuring that your office prosecutes the cases that address the human dignity and civil rights of individuals as it relates to crime issues or the accountability of policing? Madam District Attorney.
Thank you for that question. I think it goes to this question, who will watch the watchers? District attorneys are there to make sure that everybody in our community is safe, and it is important that as an elected official, I am responsible to my community when there are rogue actors and to bring those rogue actors to justice. So it is really important that the district attorney not just work cooperatively with law enforcement to keep our community safe, but also to keep our community safe when there are bad actors.
And so to not do it breaches the trust in the community, I believe.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor Turner, for your testimony, response to my questions. And now I recognize you, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Brame, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony. I've read your statement and express my condolences to you for the loss of your son as well.
Thank you.
We anticipated hearing from your mayor, Eric Adams, today from New York City, but he's not here. And So I wanted to ask you, if he were here, what would you tell him, recognizing that very little has been said about victims today, victims of crime, whatever. What would you tell Mayor Adams had he appeared today?
Well, actually, I would form it in a question. I would ask Mayor Adams, what or how is more of the question. How would he go about ensuring justice for the mothers and families of homicide victims? Not just justice, but a swifter justice, not waiting 7 years, 6 years, 4 years to get justice for our loved one. How would he go about? How would he go about that? How can he assure us that we will get timely justice for the murder of our loved one? That would be my question to him.
Has a trial date been set for the defendants in the murder of your son?
They keep moving the date. They keep moving the date. They keep canceling. They keep postponing. They have since sent it back down to the court that the court or part that it originated from. So now we're back on calendar for next month. And one of the other defendants are now putting in an application for bail.
I see. Well, I appreciate your testimony. I think it is imperative that as we talk about police and violent crime, and that we can't forget the victims, the families, the communities that are harmed by violent crime. And I appreciate you so much being here today, Ms. Brame. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Lehman, you released a report. Well, before we get to that, testimony has been heard today that not prosecuting for certain misdemeanors is a policy that may work overall to reduction of crime. Having been a former defense attorney and a prosecutor, I am interested in that because I see in some communities where they do not prosecute any misdemeanors, for instance, on shoplifting cases that where there's less than $1,000 theft. How does that help to bring safer communities, or does it?
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between policies that focus on reducing misdemeanor prosecution at the margins and policies which issue a blanket repudiation of misdemeanor prosecution per se. The study to which I believe Ms. Richardson alluded, no, it may not have been Ms. Richardson, I forget who alluded to it, that looked at Mitchell Rollins's non-prosecution policy in Boston, concerns itself with whether or not an office that already mostly did not prosecute misdemeanors, if they reduced further their prosecution of misdemeanors on sort of a very narrow margin, what the effect would be on their likelihood of recidivating. It shows that they are less likely to recidivate if they're not prosecuted. And I think that's a useful insight about what happens with a very specific class of misdemeanors who are on the margins of being prosecuted versus not. And we should be very wary about generalizing in the way that, for example, the new Manhattan district attorney has, attorneys in San Francisco, Los Angeles have, to the idea that not prosecuting misdemeanor offenders in general is good for the whole crime community. I don't think that's been well established.
You state in a piece you wrote that civilian alternatives both stand on shaky evidentiary ground and, more important, are not well suited to the fundamental function of stopping crime. Why do these alternatives stand on shaky evidentiary ground?
Well, as I alluded to in my testimony, I think that many of the most popular alternatives are lacking in just sort of basic support in the evidence. Either the research isn't there, or where we have done the research has resulted in has shown no effect or little effect. By comparison to the strong efficacy of policing, the programs which are touted as proven, like community violence intervention, as again the president alluded to as a proven program, I think lack in basic evidentiary support that we would just expect before we dramatically transition how we handle law enforcement.
I'm sorry to cut you there, but my time's expired. And Madam Chair, I have 3 pieces I'd like to submit for the record. One entitled, "The Budget Deal Cuts Philadelphia Police Funding While Increasing Spending on Housing and Education." That's from Channel 6 ABC. One is the Budget Office, City of Philadelphia, indicating their police budget, and one is entitled, this is from VPM, an NPR station that is titled, PolitiFact, no Republicans didn't vote to defund the police.
Let me, the first one, would you reread that?
I'm sorry, yes. This is it's a story from Channel 6 ABC in Philadelphia that says, budget deal cuts Philadelphia police funding while increasing spending on housing and education.
Well, I am, well, I'm glad you put that in because obviously reimaginings mean you fund housing, education, and policing. So thank you for that. Without objection, those are submitted into the record. Thank you so very much. I'm now pleased to recognize Ms. Bass for 5 minutes. Mr. Nadler, I'm sorry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman of the full committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Garcia, would more resources for law enforcement result in less crime?
Thank you for the question, sir. With a plan, absolutely.
Okay, and how do you balance enforcement with community engagement?
Well, it's one of those things that we talk about here in the city of Dallas, that we have a weed and seed approach. And basically what that means to us is that taking the criminal element off the street and those that are preying in our communities, while at the same time building community trust are not mutually exclusive terms. And as necessary as it is for my SWAT teams, narcotics teams, crisis response teams, gang units to be in our areas of high violent crime, my community affairs division is working just as hard to ensure our neighborhoods don't always just see it in a moment of trauma. And those two have to be balanced. Both of those things are absolutely necessary. Both of them are in addition to and not in lieu of each other.
And can you explain how you use data to inform your strategies to address violent crime?
Yes, sir. One of the things that we did here long ago was team up with criminologists, Dr. Mike Smith and Rob Tilley at the University of Texas San Antonio, and using doctors that have studied criminology in this country for techniques and plans that actually work, that have shown success. We want to be data-driven, and utilizing that has been incredibly important. Obviously, as I alluded to earlier in my statement, having support from our city leaders is absolutely crucial. And one thing that I didn't highlight is the morale of the department. Let's face it, in the last couple of years, the men and women, the honorable men and women that serve this country and serve the communities have seen vilified, and morale has been down in a lot of departments. And that's not something we talk about very often, but human beings with low morale disengage at a time when we need to engage even more. And so we've worked hard on that here. I believe other chiefs need to work equally as hard to ensure that's accomplished. And then being able to utilize the area we're in, as was also mentioned earlier, a small percentage of people and a small percentage of locations responsible for a large amount of crime. That's what we're concentrating on. And by reducing the violent crime in those areas has helped reduce violent crime in the city overall. And that's been part of the reason that we were able to establish what we established.
Thank you. Mr. Abt, would you like to comment on Mr. Lehman's testimony?
I'd be happy to. I think maybe I'll just comment on one specific area, which is his criticism of the evidence base in support of community violence programs, specifically street outreach programs. The evidence there I would describe as mixed but promising. There's a number of studies out there, many of which show that when these programs are implemented well, they reduce crime and violence. Sometimes when they're not implemented well, not surprisingly, they're not effective. It is true that the evidence base for these programs is not as strong as the evidence base for law enforcement, but that's not necessarily a reflection of how well they work or don't work. That's a reflection of the massive investment in policing and police research. I think the key here is that we shouldn't be talking about defunding police. We should be talking about funding these community violence interventions and to give them more support. I don't think you need to raid police budgets in order to do that. I would also note that Mr. Lehman has voiced his support in his testimony and other places for lots of non-police-based approaches, and I think there's a large amount of consensus here, which is that we need both and strategies. We need police and non-police solutions at the same time working together.
Okay, and back to Chief Garcia. In 2021, you were able to reduce the homicide rate along with the arrest rate. Can you explain how reform and public safety can coexist and are not mutually exclusive?
Absolutely, no question that we need to adapt. We talk about reimagining oftentimes. I'm not quite sure what that means. If reimagining means that law enforcement needs to adapt, absolutely. When I started this profession 30 years ago, we would have never thought that an officer would be wearing a body-worn camera, which now we see in most every major city in America. Is that reimagining or is that adapting? I call it that's adapting. And there's a myriad of other things that in law enforcement has changed in the last 30 years that I believe that's true. If by reimagining you mean defunding the police, I absolutely do not. I believe that's police chiefs and city governments doing their jobs to adapt to the community's needs. And so we're looking at that and balancing out to know that if the community needs to trust its police department, but yet at the same time, the police department needs to take the criminal element off the street because they're not mutually exclusive. And you need to work just as hard on both areas to make sure that we're doing our best to work with our communities, building trust, and working with our city government to ensure that we're reinvesting in communities that have been ignored for far too long. I don't think anyone's arguing, and I think those are some ways that we can work on those two areas.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. I yield back.
Now, Mr. Chabot, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Lehman, or is it Lehman? Could you pronounce that last name for me, please?
Lehman, thank you.
It is Lehman. Okay, thank you. Mr. Lehman,
thank
I
you.
noted that you were, I think, chomping at the bit there to respond to Mr. Apt when he was making some comments. Could you go ahead and I'll give you the time here to comment?
Well, so I think the most important, I agree with Mr. Apt that much comes down to program implementation. There are clearly instances of pure violence or violence interruption that have been efficacious. There are as many, if not more, instances of pure violence which show no effect in relatively well-designed studies, or indeed in certain instances result in, or at least are associated with, an increase in violent crime. That said, I do not think that this is merely a matter of money. It is a matter of program complexity. The idea that trusted sources can go into a community and intercede in longstanding or very hot gang feuds assumes a great deal of efficacy on the part of these unarmed civil servants. It's a very hard thing to do, to talk people out of the cycle of violence, to actively bring them into that process. And so when we are asked to lean more heavily on community violence interruption as a tool, what we are saying is really take something that is more complex and which the inherent complexity of means it will be on average less efficacious, and use that. I don't think Mr. Apt says we should use it instead, but many people say we should use it instead of, frankly, the more straightforward approach of putting cops on blocks that deter crime. So that's my immediate response.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lehman, in your statement, you had a number of, I thought, very good points. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to just briefly expound upon a couple of them. One thing that you said was, and they're calling this thing reimagining police, so we'll use their term. And you said to reimagine policing in practice means reducing the number of police officers or reallocating the responsibilities to other government agencies. But I sincerely doubt that we can make such changes without increasing crime's already exorbitant cost. What cost is there to the public due to crime? So how is this dangerous, what they're talking about here?
Yeah, absolutely. I allude to estimates that peg the total cost of crime in 2017 alone at about $2.6 trillion. There are higher estimates that are based on willingness to pay surveys. And those costs are distributed over a number of different categories: damage to property, loss of life, loss of health or well-being, deprivation of quality of life. Importantly, those impacts are both personal and global, short-run and long-lasting. What I mean by that is being victimized by crime, and I allude to this in my testimony, has been shown to have durable impacts on your risk of taking advantage of government benefits and your long-term wage potential. Being victimized by crime harms children's test scores if they're in the vicinity of crime victimization. the impact of crime reverberates both for the individual over time and then outwards in the community. Public safety is an essential component of any community's thriving. And so I think it is important that we understand steps that might take us away from public safety will have those long-run impacts on communities.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the term qualified immunity?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you about that real quickly. This is one of the Democrats' great ideas on this committee and in Congress to take away police qualified immunity. Essentially what that says is this. We all know that law enforcement officers, because of the nature of their job, sometimes come in physical confrontation with people. You may have a drunk driver. There's the potential for there to be some sort of physical involvement there. A domestic violence case, when they go to a home to break up, someone who may be violent with their spouse. There's all kinds of opportunities. Now, as long as the police under current law are following the way they were trained, they're not violating someone's civil rights, that sort of thing, they're immune from being personally sued. What the Democrats want to do is allow law enforcement officers to be sued personally for any types of engagements with the public. That would mean that the police officers' kids' college funds, the equity in their home, their pension, could all be at risk from a bunch of greedy lawyers. Does that seem like a good idea to you?
Just briefly with the remaining time, I think that often qualified immunity's impact is overstated on both sides. Its use is overstated. That said, increasing the transaction costs of policing, increasing the risk to which officers are exposed will necessarily lower their willingness to engage in the work of policing. And so therefore, I am concerned about exposing them to personal liability, or more frequently exposing the departments in their cities to dealing with the costs of that liability, which are driven from insurance rates and harmful to them in the long run.
Madam Chair, my time's expired, and I yield back.
I appreciate the discourse that the gentleman had on qualified immunity, but let me be very clear, it is a misinterpretation of that we are promoting in our reasonable response to holding law enforcement accountable while also building police-community relationships. So I thank you very much for
Madam Chair, whose time are you using when you comment on
mine?
Your time? Okay.
I'm using mine. Thank you so very much.
Very good, okay.
Thank you. The Dean, but you're back, and so Ms. Dean will be recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sure there are many others entitled to the title, the Dean. Thank you again for this important panel discussion and the expert testimony that we are hearing. To Ms. Madeline Brame, my deepest and sincere sympathy for the loss of your son, and I know those words don't go far enough. I'm a member from Pennsylvania, alongside my other member here from Pennsylvania, suburban Philadelphia. And as the United States grapples with a global pandemic, we still continue to battle the American pandemic, gun violence. According to the research from the Council on Criminal Justice, the number of homicides in 2021 increased by 5% from 2020 and 44% from 2019. In 2021, in my city, Philadelphia metro area, suffered a terrible toll of gun violence, with fatal and non-fatal shootings at levels not seen for decades, and sadly, we are on pace to continue that trend this year. Mayor Turner, I'd like to start with you. I was particularly interested in the legislation you talked about because I'm a former state representative in Pennsylvania where we saw such attempts at legislating the bill that you talked about, HB 1927. You called it an irresponsible act in your testimony. For me, I feel like it's more like a slap in the face to all of those who are victim to and survivors of gun violence across the state of Texas or elsewhere. Can you share in a more maybe granular way from your expert eyes the impact of allowing unlicensed carry of firearms across your state?
Well, when you have it, it creates an irresponsible use on the part of many people. It is no license, it's no permit, it is no training. We recently had a shooting, fatal shooting, for example, of a 9-year-old. in the city of Houston, a person who was the victim himself of crime. The person was fleeing and he pulled his gun and he started shooting, thinking that the person who victimized him had gotten into this moving truck. That was not the case. So it's very important for people when they're going to have their weapons and they're going to use them to have the proper training. I was in the legislature for 27 years, and up until last year, we said no in Texas to permitless carry. Police organizations, major police chiefs, others in this state said no, and if you do it, it will add to crime by 11 to 13%. It came into effect on September 1 of last year, and it has exacerbated our problems.
Thank you for that, and it makes no sense. It's counterintuitive that we would have no requirement of training or expertise with permitless carry. So thank you for lifting up that sad issue. Mr. Abt, I read and heard with interest that you talked about why it's important that we approach this both as law enforcement and with community-based approaches. We often hear, and I'm sad to hear it, and I love the way you tried to pull politics out of this. It's not about red cities, blue cities, Democrats or Republicans, but very often we hear on the other side of the aisle the old chestnut that this is about Democrat cities. And it's a destructive conversation that is going on. Could you give us more explicit information about why it's got to be both? It's got to be good law enforcement and good community-based approaches.
Absolutely. It should be obvious to all Americans that both parties are responsible for promoting public safety. We've had increases over the past year of 5% in homicides under the Biden administration. The last year in 2020 under the Trump administration, there was an increase of 29% in homicide. There's more than enough blame and more than enough responsibility to go around. I think it's important to understand that there is a science to violence reduction. There are literally hundreds of studies on this subject, and if you add up the lessons of those studies one by one, you see that there are four basic principles, or three basic principles of violence reduction. The first is to be focused on the highest risk people and places. The second is your point, that we must be balanced. We have to give people things to say yes to, as well as to say no to. There have to be carrots and there have to be sticks. And the third is fairness. And ultimately, if the system is not perceived as fair, it cannot effectively fight crime and violence.
Thank you very much. I know my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Brame, I have a question for you in regards to, if you bear with me just a second, I am going to pull up.
Hey.
Ms. Brame, in 2007, the district attorney for Milwaukee County, who is still there, said, and this is a direct quote from him, "Is there going to be an individual I divert or I put into a treatment program who's going to go out and kill somebody?" You bet. Guaranteed. It's guaranteed to happen. It does not invalidate the overall approach. Have you heard that kind of talk from prosecutors in your city?
Actually, I haven't heard any talk of treatment from prosecutors in New York. I haven't heard any talk of it. That's something that I would, go ahead.
Have you had experience where a prosecutor has not prosecuted someone who should be?
Yes.
So you have seen someone being weak on crime by not prosecuting a heinous crime. Is that correct?
Yes, and also judge.
Thank you. Mayor Turner, you said COVID contributed to crime in your city. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Were Houston schools shut down for a period of time?
Houston schools were closed for a period of time, and then we strongly encouraged them to reopen. Yes.
How long ago did they reopen? Do you know, Mayor?
They were open all the way through 21 in this academic year. And we strongly encourage all of our school districts to remain open.
So they were closed the 2020, 2021 school year?
In the 2021 period, they closed down, starting, I think, right around April of 2020, and remained closed through the remaining of that school year. And then in the following school year, they did open up.
Yeah, the devastation that has happened as a result of closing schools has just been awful. And we knew better by April of 2020 that that should not happen. Mr. Lehman, are police in retreat? Is there an impact of police being in retreat, which I think they are?
Yes, certainly both. We have survey evidence from major departments, as well as my own experience talking to officers, that they have a sense of, for lack of a term, being under fire. I think, their greatest concern in many departments, not all of them, but many departments, is that they lack the support of those in positions of leadership. And as a result, we reduce both the level of police staffing in many major cities. Many major cities saw declines in their overall staffing last year. And we know that the number of cops is directly related to the crime level. And also their willingness to be proactive, to be out on the beat, to confront somebody who they think is a problem before they are a problem. It is likely that both of these variables have gone down.
Yeah, so Mr. Lehman, I believe until both major parties come out and say and do more than just lip service in saying they support the police, that it's going to be hard for the police to not continue to be in retreat. Would you agree with that until they know that the public sentiment is behind them, which we're hearing, including with documents that are behind me here, until we hear that unequivocally, isn't it going to be hard for police to be able to offer good, constructive, safe policing that keeps our communities safe?
I think if police officers have a sense that they are not supported by civilian leadership, they are less willing to engage in the most challenging parts of police work, the most vital parts of police work, and also people are less willing to be and remain police officers, which contributes to a longer-run staffing crisis.
Yeah, I just close with this. We just heard from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania that she said rejected this notion that there's red cities, blue cities. You know what? It is very clear. In Democrat-run cities across America, crime has skyrocketed. Seattle, Portland, Minneapolis, Madison, Milwaukee, you name it, wherever the political machine is run by Democrats, we've seen an explosion in crime. You can try to deny that. It is the case.
Now please recognize Ms. Bass for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and as always, thank you for having this hearing today. I wanted to ask Ms. DeBerry if she would talk about cities where crime has increased, where there has been reform, and cities where crime has increased where there has not been reform. I also would like to ask Ms. Richardson the same thing. Is there a big difference is what I'm looking for? Cities that have had reforms, do they have an explosion in crimes, and cities that do not? Has crime gone down?
Yes, Ms. Bass, we've seen no difference in cities that have reform or don't have reform, in cities that are in places that are rural or urban. In North Carolina, we have 100 counties. There's been an increase in violence across all 100 counties, irrespective of whether there are criminal legal reforms in process or not.
So if the reforms, then if there's no evidence for reforms leading to an increase in crime, what's the reason then that crime has increased in both areas?
Well, I think The pandemic itself has cut off resources to people who are the most vulnerable in our community. We know that poverty drives violence, and we've seen since 2022 the largest increase in poverty in history. We also have seen an explosion in gun sales, and that legal guns are now used in many crimes. And I think also as a prosecutor, we see fewer people willing to come forward and talk about what is happening in their communities out of fear of retaliation.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson?
I would agree with that assessment, and thank you for the question. The National Urban Leagues represents communities all across this country in urban, rural, and suburban areas, and we've seen a dramatic increase in violent crime everywhere. And so I think it is important for us to look to the underlying factors of that. Obviously, we know about the root causes and challenges in our community, but the pandemic really laid bare a lot of inequities that we've seen. It resulted in job insecurity and instability. It reflected in more homelessness and housing issues, as well as mental health and trauma. And I would argue that we're not just seeing those in the community generally, but we're also seeing those issues in law enforcement as well. And so I think it's critically important that we focus on addressing these root causes and putting more funding and resources into social services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, it's good to see you, even on screen. I understand that in your city, you have a problem with homelessness, just like in Los Angeles, and that you've had a significant reduction. And I wanted to know, number one, was there an association with crime in the unhoused population? And what have you been able to do that has made it so different?
And the answer is yes. And we have reduced homelessness by about 55 to 57%. And even in the last year, we've reduced.
Can you come to Los Angeles?
So, but it is a coalition. It's a network of 100 different groups, organizations that have a coalition of the homeless that have come together. And Houston and Harris County have placed unprecedented funding on reducing it. And it's not just about providing a housing unit, but wraparound supportive services. So that program is working well.
Was there an association in the unhoused population and criminal activity?
There was.
Have you been able to reduce that as well?
And the answer is yes. And it's also a part of our crisis intervention, where the focus is on addressing the homeless situation as well as mental behavioral health issues, because that also runs rampant within this particular community.
Did you increase your arrest rate and increase the number of officers? Did that contribute to that reduction as well?
Congresswoman Bass, we have instituted police reforms. We have increased the police budget in 2020 as well as in 2021. And at the same time, we have seen rising crime. So we have never defunded. In fact, in June of 2020, we increased our police budget by 13%, and we also instituted the reforms. What we are seeing is a huge criminal case backlog, because during Hurricane Harvey, many of our courts were taken offline. And then, of course, during COVID, many of our courts were taken offline. And now we are seeing a proliferation of guns all over the place. And when you add all of those elements in, even with increasing the police budget, crime is going.
So gun reform would be helpful then, huh?
Absolutely, no question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Young lady's time has expired. Now my pleasure to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. App, can you talk to us about the linkage between literacy or high school graduation rates and juvenile delinquency or incarceration? Microphone.
I think there might be some correlation, but I have to say that literacy is not the most important thing when you're talking about violence reduction. What you're talking about are individuals who are deeply disconnected from education, deeply connected to the criminal justice system, and you need a sort of all hands on deck approach for those individuals. Literacy generally, of course, is extremely important, but it's not central to violence reduction.
how is education correlated, or why do they lose interest or become disconnected from the educational system?
This is a grand debate in violence reduction. When we talk about root causes, access to opportunity, poverty, inequality, other things like that, these are all correlated with rates of violent crime, and obviously they're connected. But in terms of what yields the most direct, measurable, and concrete outcomes in terms of saving lives this year, next year, the following year, you have to focus on where the problem is concentrated. And so, obviously, we need massive investments, I believe, in education, housing, literacy, and these other things. But they're not a substitute for the immediate interventions that we need right now.
Thank you. Mr. Lehman, can you speak to this topic? And is it just a correlation, or is there causation between lack of literacy or lack of high school diplomas, graduation, tied to incarceration rates or juvenile delinquency?
I can't, I think, make any stronger claims than Mr. Apt, although I agree with everything that he said. Certainly, the complexity of untangling, as you alluded to, there's a complexity to untangling root causes of propensity to offend or risk of offending. But he is right that those individuals who take up the overwhelming majority of criminal justice system's resources in terms of the frequency of their offending and severity of their offending, their primary problem is not just access to education, it's not just any one particular vector. So, I think certainly there's a correlation. I think that there are many other levers that one could pull other than education, even while saying that education is very important in general to society.
So according to the National Adult Literacy Survey, 70% of all incarcerated adults cannot read at a 4th grade level. I think there's probably more than just correlation. I think there's some causation there. If literacy corresponds to access to better jobs, to higher paying jobs, then obviously, income levels are tied to crime as well, and lack of opportunity, as you mentioned, is a factor. Mayor Turner, how long were your schools shut down during COVID?
They were shut down, I believe, starting in April of 2020 through the rest of that academic year. And I think in the following academic year, they reopened. We encouraged them all to reopen.
Do you think the lack of educational opportunity, or the number of people who sort of tuned out, maybe at the high school senior level or maybe at the 3rd grade level, is going to have any effect on crime in your city?
Well, I tie education and opportunity together. And if people are falling behind and not getting what they need from an educational point of view, it certainly puts them at a disadvantage and reduces the number of opportunities that are made available, and it could lead to increased crime. I think the more people that receive the education, the better they will be, and I do think it is one of the deterrents to crime.
I think one of the worst policies that was adopted during the last 2 years in terms of trying to mitigate COVID was taking a set of our citizens, our kids, and depriving them of educational opportunities, in some cases for 2 years. This is going to have a long tail. This will affect crime. This is going to create a pandemic of lack of opportunity, because these kids, a lot of them have dropped out. They're not going to be literate. They're going to be behind in every category, not just literacy, but basic math, basic civics. And I think it's a tragedy. And I think the people who caused this need to be called to answer, and they need to own up for what they've created and their contribution to crime in this country by depriving our kids of an education. And I yield back.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Abt, you mentioned in your testimony that ATF data indicates that gun sales have soared during the pandemic, and for thousands of guns sold in 2020, the time to crime was 6 months or less. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. A huge number of guns were legally purchased during the pandemic, and actually, It was a 64% increase from the year before. The time to crime is the time from when a gun is legally purchased to the time it shows up in a crime scene in the commission of a crime. That measurement is usually a long time. The average was 8.3 years in 2019, but it fell to 7 years in 2020, and the reason is because a surprisingly large number of guns went from the legal market into the black market, into the hands of criminals within 6 months. And in fact, that share of guns increased by 90%.
So is it fair to say that the increased access to guns has played a role in the rise in violent crime in recent years?
I think it's a reasonable conclusion. If you look at the ATF data and then you look at what the local police data is showing in city after city after city, where you're seeing surges in the illegal carrying of firearms, it's hard not to put the two together.
In your testimony, you mentioned a study that was done in Philadelphia in which the restoration of blighted and vacant lots was associated with a reduction in violence and crimes. In other words, investing in neighborhoods to remove trash and restore vacant lots was associated with a reduction in violence. Can you talk about this type of place-based crime prevention strategy?
Absolutely. Place-based strategies that address blight, add street lights, change foot and car traffic patterns, among other tactics, can be effective in reducing crime and violence. As you noted, in Philadelphia, removing trash, seeding land, and planting trees in vacant lots was associated with a 17% decrease in violent crime. In New York City, installing temporary streetlights reduced nighttime crimes by 36%. So these place-based crime prevention tactics can work.
So as we encourage localities to adopt evidence-informed strategies to reduce violence, can you talk about how the federal government can support these efforts by funding technical assistance, training, and information sharing opportunities?
Absolutely. One of the key powers that the federal government has in this space, because crime fighting is primarily a local exercise, is its grant-making power. But that doesn't just mean handing over dollars to localities to do whatever they want. It means specifically funding these evidence-informed strategies that have been proven to work. And, as you noted, funding the training and technical assistance so that we have sound implementation of these things. And finally, I would note that one of the biggest challenges, long-term challenges to our violence reduction efforts is the lack of good data. It's not sexy, but it's incredibly important, and we need to massively invest in our criminal justice data systems and help our local police agencies collect better data if we're going to be more effective over the long run.
In the remaining time, your testimony mentioned that overheated political rhetoric has presented the public with a false choice between absolutes, that it's Black Lives Matter versus Blue Lives Matter, that one has to choose between responsible community law enforcement and chaos. But most Americans know that's a false choice. They know it from their own common sense and personal experience, that effective violence reduction efforts require law enforcement and working with community partners to make sure we have safety and justice for everyone. Can you talk about how this divisive rhetoric, pitting Americans against each other rather than looking for solutions, hurts efforts to reduce violence?
Sure. You can look to the research, which shows that there's a number of quote-unquote soft-on-crime interventions that are effective. You can look at the evidence that shows that a number of targeted but tough interventions are also effective. You can look at the fact that there is no city in the United States that has either arrested its way out of violence or simply programmed its way out of violence. Or you can just look to the experience of law enforcement practitioners all over the country, like myself. I have never been involved in an anti-crime effort that was successful that didn't have strong collaboration. It never happens. And we need to promote at the national level a collaborative atmosphere so that we can actually let the people on the ground work across silos and get the job done.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Has expired. I'm now recognizing Mr. Jordan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The previous, our colleague just talked about overheated political rhetoric. I would say the most overheated political rhetoric in this area has been defund the police, that slogan. That's certainly not coming from our side of the aisle. Mr. Lehman, let me just ask you, let me just ask you this. This is where I was with my opening statement earlier. Just common sense things. When you defund the police, should you be surprised when you get more crime?
Broadly speaking, no. I would expect a reduction in police funding to result in, or be associated with an increase in crime.
Yeah, I think every American's there. When you don't prosecute bad guys, should you be surprised when you get more crime?
Depending on the definition of bad guy, no. Certainly, I think there are margins on which we could prosecute less, and there are margins on which we should probably prosecute more. But particularly with the heinous, serious, or repeat offenders, if you decline to prosecute them, you should expect them to continue to do what they've been doing.
When political leaders and leaders in the media say that rioters and looters, people who destroy buildings, attack police officers, and take property, when rioters and looters are called peaceful protesters, should we be surprised if that leads to an increase in crime?
I would be surprised if it led to sort of a large scale, longer run increase in crime. It certainly would contribute to sort of a decay in social norms. I think in the short run, it almost certainly places pressure on civilian and law enforcement authorities to spend less of their time and energy on responding to violence, responding to rioting, to sort of to give up a police precinct, for example, as happened in Seattle. So certainly at the margins that can matter in some specific cases.
Well, yeah, if police aren't going to respond and they're just going to let it happen, doesn't that send a message that probably can get away with that in the future as well?
Sure, absolutely.
I mean, that's exactly what happened in the entire summer of 2020. What about bail reform? The left's bail reform efforts. When you have that kind of bail reform, should you be surprised when you get more crime?
A lot depends on what the bail reform does. You know, ability to pay bail is not necessarily the best predictor of risk of reoffending or risk of flight. Moving away from cash bail is not totally crazy. That said, how you design it matters a lot. If, as for example, in New York State, judges are unable to remand people on the basis of their risk to the community, that's a pretty poorly designed bail reform implementation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If you're erring against keeping dangerous offenders behind bars, that's a bad way to do it.
I guess I always come from, the message is sent. So if you have fewer cops on the street, I don't know how anyone could not conclude that's going to result in more crime. If you're letting bad guys out, not having the type of bail we've traditionally had, if you're not prosecuting violent criminals and other people who break the laws, if you're telling people that you can take up to $1,000 in merchandise and not get prosecuted for that, I don't know how that doesn't contribute to more crime.
Yeah, and it almost certainly contributes. And the question comes down to where it contributes and how it contributes. I think it is almost certainly the case. Some jurisdictions in California have seen an increase in shoplifting. Some jurisdictions in California have not seen an increase in shoplifting. We tend to blame that either on progressive prosecution or on California's changes to the felony theft threshold. We see similar changes in other jurisdictions that do not lead to large increases in shoplifting. My suspicion is in that case, there's an intersection of factors that prosecutorial strategies and the movement of the San Francisco PD and the lifting of the felony theft threshold all contribute to an environment in which shoplifting is easier to do. The costs of shoplifting are lower. And I think that's an example of exactly the phenomenon you're talking about. If you ratchet back the capacity of the criminal justice system, you should expect at the margins that the people who are most likely to offend will offend more.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I guess I always start from the premise. I don't, in my mind, bad guys aren't stupid. I mean, they're just bad. So if they see, but we're not going to be prosecuted, we can go shoplift and not be prosecuted. There are less cops on the street. We've been, rioters and looters were called peaceful protesters. In that environment, I don't know how that doesn't contribute to more crime. And that's exactly what we see. Isn't crime up in just about every major urban area, particularly violent crime?
Specifically violent crime, we also see large increases in motor vehicle theft. Other kinds of property offenses, although not all property offenses, but yes, in general. And by the way, those kinds of offenses tell me, specifically shootings and homicides, is that it is concentrated among the most crime-prone populations, people who are getting into thieves.
Yeah, and as Ms. I get back, thank you.
Thank you for your questioning. Ms. Cicilline, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ms. DeBerry and Ms. Richardson, you both observed that crime was up across the country. irrespective of the political affiliation of the political leadership or the victims of crime or the part of the country, that this is a problem that is occurring across the country. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Ms. Richardson?
Yes.
Okay. And so it seems to me you also both spoke about root causes of crime, and you talked about things like, of course, the pandemic, mental health, housing, healthcare, stress on families, and also resources for police. And so my question to both of you is, there was a piece of legislation called the American Rescue Plan, and you were serious about responding to crime, and it provided significant investments in mental health and in healthcare and in housing, and also $380 or $350 billion that was available for our police departments. Would you say that that kind of legislation would actually be an effective response, and someone who is serious about doing something about crime would support that? Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Ms. Richardson?
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to learn that every single Republican in the entire House of Representatives, despite the speeches and, as Mr. Tiffany said, the lip service, voted against exactly those strategies? So I say to you, Ms. Brahm, I really express my condolences for your loss. You deserve a serious conversation about what we can do to support safer communities rather than the kind of theater you've gotten, unfortunately, from some of my colleagues. And so I really want to talk about gun violence, and specifically the ghost guns, which seem to be a growing problem. This is where firearms are untraceable. They can be easily built at home from a gun kit, and they're appearing in crimes all across this country. And so, Ms. DeBerry, I'll begin with you. What problems do ghost guns create for law enforcement responding to gun crimes, and how are they a threat to public safety, and what should we do about it?
Well, I would say ghost guns are certainly an evidentiary problem in the prosecution of violent crime. Homicides and shootings are the most complicated cases to prosecute, and they are very dependent on physical evidence, and without that physical evidence and ability to trace that physical evidence to a particular defendant, it is difficult to prosecute that. And I would say that what we need is certainly tougher gun laws and the ability to background check for anybody who buys a gun, and red flag laws and other things that would make sure that guns only land in the hands of people who are trained to use them, people that the police can trace those guns back to, and not in the hands of young people.
Thank you. Mr. Abt, understanding that law enforcement alone cannot solve the problems of violence and violent crime, and as I said when I was mayor, my chief always said that the partnership with the community was such a central part of their work. What policing practices, such as hotspot policing or targeted interventions, have you found to be the most effective at responding to violent crime? And would you speak some to the role of the relationship between the community and the police in terms of trust, and how effective that is as a tool to fight violent crime in our communities?
Absolutely. And first, I just want to echo your observation about the Institute for the Study and Practice of Nonviolence and their collaboration with the Providence Police Department. It's well known to us in the violence reduction field, and it remains successful. Look, in terms of the role of improving confidence and trust in the criminal justice system, it's pretty simple. Prosecutors and police need evidence to hold gun offenders accountable. If people don't trust law enforcement, then they won't talk to them, and they won't testify in court. And it's not surprising that in the most violent cities, you see the worst police-community relationships and also the lowest homicide clearance rates. So reforms to policing and other parts of the justice system, if they improve that trust, if they restore that confidence, that will ultimately lead to lower crime rates. And that's why we need to control crime and make reasonable reforms to the system at the same time. We don't need to abolish or defund the police, but we do need to help them improve.
Thank you. And I take a lot of pride in the work that was done in my state and my city by some of the best police departments in the country, who really invested in becoming fully integrated in the community and serve on housing boards and YMCA boards, and became trusted, respected members of the community, so that victims of crime, witnesses to crime, have comfort in sharing information with the police. So I thank you for that, and thank you for recognizing the Institute, and I yield back.
Time has expired. Thank you for your questioning. Now I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the Congresswoman from Missouri, Congresswoman Bush, the Vice Chair of this subcommittee. Congresswoman, recognized for 5 minutes.
St. Louis, and I thank you, Chairwoman Jackson Lee, for convening this important hearing. What too many of my colleagues do not want us to talk about, what they don't want us talking about is that as they trip over each other, rushing to spew lies and right-wing talking points about police funding, they are saying nothing about the rise of violence by the police, even after millions of people marched in our streets demanding an end to police brutality. There were only 15 days in 2021 in which police officers didn't kill someone. Last year broke the record for police killings in this country, 1,055 deaths by law enforcement, and that is likely an undercount. In Missouri, Black people are almost 5 times more likely to be killed by police compared to white people, and year after year, despite increases in police budgets, St. Louis has led the country in police killings per capita. Police violence is so pervasive, many Black and marginalized people avoid calling the police when they are undergoing some of the most difficult emergencies. I came to Congress to save lives. I will not back down from that, no matter what some of my colleagues on this committee say. So let's get the truth of what health-informed and evidence-based public safety needs to look like. In St. Louis, our community has taken meaningful steps to transform public safety as a public health issue. Last year, we started a 911 diversion program that has diverted mental health, domestic violence, drug overdose, and trespassing calls to licensed and trained practitioners. Before it started, there were few options for people in crisis: a trip to the emergency room, spending a night in jail, or receiving no help at all. In the almost 1 year since implementation, our 911 diversion program answered nearly 700 calls, with 75% not resulting in a response by law enforcement. The program saved 2,000 hours of police and EMS time. At the same time, despite no increases in the local police budget, homicides and gun assaults also fell by more than 25%. These are the kinds of programs that have saved lives in St. Louis, in Denver, in Eugene, Oregon, and in communities across our country. So when some of my colleagues try to tell you that transforming public safety, that will mean when you call 911, no first responder will answer. That is a lie. When there's an emergency and you need help, no one will show up. That's what they tell you, but that is a lie. When they tell you that the police need military-grade weapons and equipment like MRAPs to keep us safe, that is a lie. I want us to build a future where communities don't fear for our lives when we call for help. I want trained professionals to come and help when you are undergoing a mental health crisis without fear of death. And that is what I will continue to champion. It is for this reason that I introduced HR 4914, the People's Response Act, to ensure that the federal government is supporting our cities, supporting states and community-based organizations in launching and scaling up our public health alternatives to policing. Let's make sure this is the truth that we're talking about today. So Mr. App, can you provide examples of non-carceral community-based intervention programs that have been successful in curbing community violence?
Absolutely. Cognitive behavioral therapy, also known as CBT, can teach high-risk individuals to manage emotions, address conflicts, and think ahead in order to avoid criminal or violent behavior. In Chicago, one CBT program reduced arrests for violent crimes among youth by half, while another reduced shooting and homicide arrests among high-risk individuals by 80%. We've talked a lot about the community violence strategies known as Cure Violence or street outreach. By my count, there's been approximately 4 or 5 evaluations that are positive in showing positive effects of that intervention, while there's 1 or 2 that are showing negative effects. And so the balance of the evidence, I think, is in favor of those programs. We also talked about place-based crime prevention. We haven't talked about hospital-based violence prevention, which is another promising strategy. Again, I think we have to stop having this either or conversation. The police need to be at the table, the community needs to be at the table, service providers need to be at the table, and we all need to work together.
Thank you, Mr. App. I agree that in order to achieve community safety, we need to prioritize fully funding programs and services that are proven to work. I employ my colleagues on this committee to support the People's Response Act, which will do just that. Thank you, and I yield.
Time as the gentlelady has expired. Thank you so very much. It's now my privilege to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I'd like to express my gratitude to all of our panelists for sharing their wisdom with us today. And to Ms. Brame, wanted to express my sincerest condolences on the loss of your child. I cannot imagine. This is such a critical hearing and such an important conversation, and it is deeply unfortunate that we have colleagues on the other side of the aisle who use opportunities for real solutions-based policy, use these opportunities instead for their performance politics. I am so fortunate. I represent El Paso, Texas, and El Paso is on the U.S.-Mexico border, but it's also been one of the safest communities in America for decades. And I believe much of that is the result of community-based policing and much of what has been discussed today in terms of really looking at a holistic approach to addressing crime and troubling increases in crime. One of the things, though, that I think is important to look at is the research, as you talked about earlier. So important to look at the research. So I want to examine two key factors today. First, let's look at research that demonstrates that when we invest in families and communities, that plays a positive role in addressing crime. And that means investing in healthcare, in pre-K, making sure that we are creating green spaces, that we have summer jobs programs, et cetera. The second component of keeping communities safe is looking at the role that guns play. We know that since 2020, more Americans have been buying guns at a rate unlike what we've seen in prior years. Those guns, no doubt, are playing a serious role in the lack of safety in communities. And in fact, it's not just impacting communities across the country, but it's impacting our military. Last week, I participated in an Armed Services Committee hearing where we talked about service member suicides, and what was key in that? It was access to guns. And these are not government-provided guns. These are guns that service members are now easily able to buy in communities. Now, despite these facts, despite knowing that if you invest in people, families, and communities, that increases safety, and that by limiting access to guns, making sure they don't get into the wrong hands, that increases safety. What are my Republican colleagues' strategies? More guns and fewer programs to support families. That's not just bad policy. It's not just failed policy. It's not just making us less safe, but it's policy that's actually deadly. That is the Republican strategy. Mayor Turner, I want to ask you, because you are a mayor in the state of Texas, since permitless carry became law, you stated earlier that you have seen crime increase. Can you tell me what you are hearing on the ground in your community, especially from law enforcement, since guns became so readily and easily accessible in Texas?
Based on, Congresswoman, based on the testimony that was given before the legislature, before HB 1927 was passed, warning legislators that if they passed the bill, it would lead to more crime, more violence, and not just against people in the communities, but even against law enforcement itself. It seemed as though what they warned against has turned out to be true. HB 1927 went into effect on September 1st of last year. There's a There are a lot more guns on the street. There are people who are out here with these guns, no license, no permit, no training, and it's just leading. It has exacerbated already a bad problem that existed within our cities.
Thank you, Mayor Turner, and it proves the research is true. When more guns are on the streets, homicides go up. Mr. Apt, really quick question, my remaining 20 seconds. But if we were to turn down the volume, look at holistic solutions, and stop creating an either-or situation, could America solve its crime problem?
I think we absolutely could meaningfully reduce violence in America if we could get the political consensus around the programs and studies and policies that work. We know what to do, we just need the political will to do it.
And we look at the research. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Thank you. And now I'm pleased to recommend and to recognize gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes. Unmute, Mr. Cohen. We want to hear you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you and appreciate the hearing and the witnesses. A comprehensive approach to combating crime is essential, and that includes not only increasing funding for police and law enforcement, but also other strategies that can help reduce violence in our communities. And sometimes that's balancing funds and balancing programs. Mayor Turner, the sentiment behind One Safe Houston plan was an express recognition that we aren't simply going to police our way out of the increase in crime that we've seen, but the police do play a vital role in addressing that crisis. Can you expand on the importance of a holistic approach to public safety, sir?
Thank you. And I appreciate that question. There is no one strategy that's going to effectively reduce crime. It must be holistic. So in One Safe Houston, we are adding more police, more actual boots on the ground, and over time, more park rangers. We're utilizing more technology to augment our men and women on the police force. With the gun buyback program, too many guns. So we're doing that, and we'll look at and we'll measure the effectiveness of that particular program. Then at the same time, we're investing $21 million in our crisis intervention because police can't do it all. So we're addressing mental behavioral health issues, substance abuse, homelessness. Domestic violence has doubled since 2019. So we are putting $10 million into the domestic abuse response program. And that's been lauded by many people, even in this area. On the community side, we have to work with them. Community messengers program to help build that trust between the community and law enforcement. And we're investing in our summer youth program with the goal of providing 15,000 summer jobs this summer. So it takes all of that, Congressman, to make it work. So we are adding more to police, but at the same time, we're investing in the community because they have to be on the same page fighting crime. Can't be either or. It's got to be law enforcement and community establishing that trust and everybody working to bring down crime in our cities.
Thank you, Mayor Turner. Let me ask you this. Have you had an opportunity to use some of that $350 billion that was made available through the American Rescue Plan, the largest investment ever by the federal government in helping communities hire police?
And the answer is yes. The cost of the One Safe Houston plan that I announced in February a month ago is $45 million, separate and apart from the summer youth program. Every one of those dollars, those $45 million, are coming from the American Rescue Plan. But for the opera funding, we would not be able to fund police, add the technology, provide more park rangers, address a crisis intervention, have our community partners at the table. If you took those dollars away, police would fall short and we would fall short. So let me thank Congress for the $45 million that we are using on the One Safe Houston strategy.
Thank you, Mayor Turner. I'm sure you know that Congressman Jackson Lee and Congressman Green and Congressman Garcia all voted for that, as did the Democratic caucus. And none of our Republicans that like to scream about, I think 5 or 6 members of our caucus who talk about defunding the police, less than 2% of our caucus, none of the Republicans voted for that money. The largest investment ever in police and policing. So thank you, Mayor Turner. Also, thank you for the Houston Cougars not playing as good as they could have and allowing the Tigers to have another win. Thank you, sir. You got a great team and a great coach. Chief Garcia, what do you think about community policing and how that can help in this situation?
Thank you for the question, sir. You know, one of the things that always harkens to me, I've been doing this job for 30 years. Community policing is not a new concept. It's something that as law enforcement we've been taught since day one. It's really being part of the community, ensuring that the community knows we're working with them, which is what every honorable law enforcement officer, particularly in Dallas and the rest of this country, does every day. It's reaching out. It's ensuring that they know and see us in a time of non-trauma, as well as solving the problems, as well as making sure that they're not fearful, ensuring that their kids feel safe walking to school, ensuring that they feel safe coming home from work. And so, you know, humanizing each other. It's really that concept. That they can live, that we can do a well enough job where individuals can see us through the uniform and see us as brothers, sisters, fathers, wives, husbands, and we see our community in the same fashion. Again, having that mindset while at the same time ensuring that they're safe and ensuring that the criminal element is not there to hurt them or not mutually exclusive. So again, the concept's not new. We just need to continue to work on it.
Thank you, Chief. As I understand it, you have promoted accountability in your department to better protect and build trust with the community. Have the reforms like increased accountability measures and deeper training practices?
Time as a gentleman has expired.
Impacted the effectiveness of your program at all?
Time as a gentleman has expired. We'll be happy to have the chief answer in writing. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, I look forward to that, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your wonderful questions. Thank you so very much. Ms. You have any closing comments?
I do. I just have a few, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
There are some airplane dates that you need to be cognizant of, so if you can abbreviate them. Airplane dates of witnesses. So.
Oh, okay, I'll go fast. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yes, please.
I'll go fast. Just wanted to say thanks to all the witnesses, particularly Ms. Brain, who had to leave earlier because she had a work commitment and she wanted me to express her gratitude that she was able to testify. And I will just, I will submit additional documents to the record then, Madam Chair. I'll give you that list offline and appreciate that. And then I will, in deference to our witnesses who need to leave, I will yield to you.
Thank you. I think one of them is Mr. App. Let me thank the Republican colleagues for their participation in this hearing. Again, we acknowledge the loss of our colleague and continue to offer prayers to his family. Let me, as I thank the witnesses, Mr. App, I'm just going to get you in an abbreviated marathon response. You heard the discourse here today. Some were confused about defund, reimagining. I think this was a perfect hearing, if I might say, on the question of what happened to us during COVID. Why are we in the midst of this surge of violence? Why do we not seem to find a common ground on guns instead of using the Second Amendment? Can you just succinctly say that the value of accountability, trust, and the idea of looking for ways to bring down crime creatively, mental health crisis, and the way that we've heard Mayor Turner speak of, is a pathway that you think can work?
Yes, and thank you for the question. I think it's clear from the testimony, both from the Democratically called witnesses and the Republican called witnesses, that there's common ground here, and that if we work collaboratively, funding both law enforcement and community-based approaches, we can be successful.
I think that should be the heading of the hearing, and as well, it should be the closing of the hearing. And so I want to thank Chief of Police Garcia from Dallas, Texas. Mr. App, thank you. Mayor Turner, thank you for bringing the national and local perspective together and for showing us what is really working in Houston. And to the people of Houston, I offer to them my commitment to continue working for those final solutions, which I know we can achieve. To Madam Santana DeBerry, thank you for the kind of leadership you're giving in the District Attorney's Office. Ms. Richardson, please thank the National Urban League for your work. And again, we are sorry for the loss of Ms. Bram and want her to know that we are concerned for her as well. And to Mr. Lehman, thank you again for the presentations that you made. With that in mind, this concludes today's hearing. Thank you to our distinguished witnesses for attending. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record, and we will look forward to that. The hearing is now adjourned.